So you had one Friday?
Oh, was it Friday?
Next week Friday was like tomorrow's a different one. I'm getting that table from
Okay.
I was told for just this year, I don't understand this. I still don't understand this line. I mean, I should have rolled a sleep. I don't think if this goes into sorry, if this goes into 9 p.m. Is that up to randomly pop up here? So well, I think we have just don't no, but this is like
Hey, excuse me? They were here for 8 hours, and then like, 3 more hours. Like, how, and we're really cumulative hours.
software just sucks.
I don't know why.
Yeah, but the professor, my professor.
So I came.
I know the questions are like,
And I went around and nothing.
Let's start with student concerns and general announcements. Is there any from the audience today? Seeing none, there's a few from the form that we're gonna read. Let me just send it, give me 1 sec. Okay.
All right. The first one is Justice UMD and SJP push for something controversial to be on the ballot. They then whine when people do a get out the vote and don't even tell people how to vote. Apparently, the First Amendment is SJP members took it, I roll.
Let's have a BSOS representative go for the next one. Whoever's able to do that, Misha.
The Celsius thing wasn't a you get told how to vote. I voted for divestment after taking one. The whole thing feels like either desperation or trying to gin up some conspiracy theory where there isn't one.
Okay, we're gonna have Collins go for the last one.
Stop setting dangerous precedents. The Jews funded TBN.
Alrighty. Thank you all for reading, and then let's move on to roll call. Okay, Agriculture Diego.
Present.
RQ Muhammad. BSOS Isha. BSOS Alexis. BSOS Leonard. CMNS Shri.
Here.
CMNS Cyrus. CMNS Rishi.
Present.
CMNS Priya. Oakland Ben.
Here.
Denton Anand.
Here.
Allocate Malcolm.
Here.
Engineering Aiden.
Here.
Is Pranav in the room yet?
They're voting on the club sports manual right now.
We can put a
To be
pin in it.
honest, yeah, it'll probably come.
Motion to go to business.
We can just skip it for now to each, cause I don't have to reorder again if he comes back to
So
the
you
show.
just, yeah, just whenever he shows up.
Yeah, perfect. Let's move on then to our second reading calendar with S250409C, an act to host a nutritional tea and event outside campus dining halls. And then is the primary committee of health and wellness here to give the report. Do you mind just giving the committee report really quick? I think it's on the side if you scroll.
Oh, yes. I'm on the right one.
Did someone get rid of it?
I think someone got rid of it, but we definitely voted for it to pass, like there was 0 objections.
Well, I saw it was this, but like,
It's an
I don't.
It was 8-0
It's an 802.
Motion to approve the committee report?
Okay, was there any comments from me? Okay. There's been a motion to approve the,
With amendments, with the reading.
were these amendments made in committee?
No.
Okay, so there's been a motion to approve the committee report, there's no objections, can I just see all of those in favor? All opposed? Awesome, observe two. Do you want a motion to amend?
Sorry.
Okay, there's been a motion to amend, the comments as a block, each is amendments on the side, is anyone opposed? Okay, awesome, approved. Okay, is the body ready for the main question?
Yeah.
Awesome, and I'll move to approve ready, can I see all those in favor? Okay, all those opposed? Okay, all those abstaining? Awesome, vote 23-0-1, this bill passes, congratulations to the sponsor. Moving on to S24, or S2504-19, act to fund the Rec 3 Box pilot program. I don't think Pranav is here again. Do we want to wait for him to come back to give the report, or do any of you know about it?
I can give the report.
Oh, go for it.
Oh, go ahead, sorry, I forgot to ask you.
You're good. The vote was 10-0 to 1 at the table.
Any information?
Mhm.
Can the committee report please elaborate on why it needed to be tabled?
You can answer.
Yeah, I can give like a general, but like either Navi or Pranav, I guess, would be the better person. But essentially, Sally, okay.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you want me to, I can answer.
Okay, but essentially the bill, the bill involves actions that occur next semester, and we can't pay for things that are happening next semester. So,
Is that the gist?
Also that there's a lot of logistical legal things with actually getting them through material. So by the time they get through that, it will already be next year's legislative session.
Okay, so if anyone missed it, the primary committee report was to table, yield favorably upon the motion regarding the committee report. Approving committee report, we put it on the tabled bills. Does that make sense to everyone?
Point of information. So, given that next week is the last GBM and there was like a feasibility issue, would it be maybe more helpful if the bill sponsor withdrew this bill from consideration?
So since it's already got a committee report, it can't be withdrawn, but from my understanding, like if it stays on the table past the last one, it kind of just dies. So that's kind of the point, I think, of like tabling. Does that make sense to everyone? Kind of like in the real world, you know, if it gets tabled and then we get in session, it kind of just. Okay. Okay. Have a favor upon a motion regarding the committee report.
Motion to approve the committee report.
Okay, there's been a motion to approve the committee report. If there are no objections, can I see all of those in favor? Anyone opposed? Abstaining? Okay, we will move this over. Give me 1 second. Okay, moving on to S 250409G, inactive published and documented student report, knowing our facts guide on the SGA Instagram. Is the primary committee able to give the committee report?
It passed.
Thank you. Were any of these amendments made in your committee?
I believe some were in the,
Okay.
Leonard is not my committee.
Okay. Moving on then, I move favorably upon a motion regarding the committee report. Thank you. There's been a motion to approve the committee report. If there are no objections, can I see all those in favor? All of those opposed? Abstaining? Okay.
I'd be in favor.
All good. That's perfect. Thank you. If anyone wanted to sponsor any amendments at this
I
time?
would love to sponsor that.
Okay, so there's been a motion to amend Leonard's suggestions along the side as a block.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion to amend.
Is anyone opposed? Okay, cool.
There's just one for the action.
Thank you. Awesome, is the body ready for the main question?
Yes.
Wonderful, now moving to period voting, can I see all those in favor? Okay, all of those opposed? All of those abstaining? Amazing, the vote 25-0 this bill passes, congratulations to the bill sponsors. Moving right along to S 250409H, a resolution to support an improvement to the self-signed excuse note. Is health and wellness, did they give a primary committee report?
They tabled.
Oh, okay.
Did you? Yeah.
Okay. To table?
Yeah, the
Yeah, we
table.
tabled.
Do you have a vote count by, like an estimate?
It's okay.
I think it was unanimous.
Yeah, it was unanimous.
Unanimous.
Could someone give me a ballpark number on that?
Around 8.
8? Okay, thank you.
same one as
Oh, that's so true, there was another bill. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Point of information, what was the reason for tabling this bill?
I'll defer that to the Director of Health and Wellness.
The reason for tabling this bill.
Wait, could you use the mic, sorry?
So there's just not enough time for this period. And then Reese also only has one more meeting with the provost, and that was kind of to wrap everything up. And adding in a second excuse absence is kind of like a major change. So we thought it would be best to table it for next year, and whoever the new administration is can get a jump on it, and all the research is done. We appreciate everything that the legislators did to work on that bill though.
Thank you. And then I would look favorably on a motion regarding the committee report.
Motion to approve the committee report?
There's been a motion to approve the committee report. If there are no objections, can I see all of those in favor? All of those opposed? All of those abstaining? Okay, so we will move this over to the table. Okay, moving on to S 250409I, a resolution to support the implementation of a central online platform for students. Could I get transportation and infrastructure to give the primary report?
We voted 6-0-1 in favor of tabling this in committee and anticipating your question. So with this one, it was because with the addition of Workday, the student version, which hasn't launched yet, but will be launching soon, it will replace a lot of those things that were on this bill that we wanted in the same location. So yeah, just looking to the future, we kind of wanted more research on what is going to exist so we can make a actionable recommendation on this.
Point of clarification, I think this was the, like, supporting transit bill, not the.
We tabled both of them.
Or this is the online
This is
one.
online.
Yeah, the online
I
one.
think the next one's the transit one.
Oh, did I click the wrong? Yeah, you skipped one.
Yeah, this one is like
Sorry.
making a centralized area,
My
and we're
bad.
already having a few new IT platforms introduced that should condense a lot of our resources. And once that's done, we are really open to reevaluating if it's fixing the problem or not.
I clicked on the wrong one.
Okay. Thank you. Is there, I would look favorably upon a motion regarding the committee report.
Motion to approve committee report.
There's been a motion to approve the committee report. If there are no objections, can I see all of those in favor? All of those opposed? All of those abstaining? Okay. Oops, wrong one. Okay, now moving on to S250409J, resolution to advocate for improvements in transit access. Transportation infrastructure again.
Once again, 6-0-1 to table in committee, and this one was because there's not a ton of time to really act on this bill and do that advocacy, because I'm done in this job next week. And then also, when we go to administration with a recommendation, we wanted to make sure that we went in with the strongest argument possible.
Thank you. I would favorably upon motion regarding the committee report.
Motion to approve the committee report.
There's been a motion to approve, and there are no objections. Can I see all those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? Okay, this one will also get moved. Okay, so moving on to S250409L. It was an act hosting the Student Government Association's classroom availability audit. Sorry, can the primary committee of student affairs give the report, or someone from the committee? You can say it together if you want. Okay, thank you. Were any of these amendments made in committee?
I believe all of them.
Okay.
The ones made by me work, but I'm the sponsor.
Yeah.
And then the rest work.
Point of information,
Yes.
this is about the,
Yes, sorry.
point of information about one of the amendments made on this bill. Is that, point of parliamentary inquiry, is that something I can ask right now, or I have to wait until the committee report's passed?
You can say it again, sorry.
My question is about one of the amendments that was made during committee.
Oh, you can ask, because you might want to know before we do anything with the committee report.
What's this one?
Chris, was yours made during the committee?
No, they were made before the committee.
Okay, so did student affairs approve the committee report with those amendments in mind?
Yeah.
Oh, so they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Point of information, one of the bills, clause 9 of the bills says the Division of Student Affairs should conduct a classroom availability audit.
Yes, that's to make it more in line with the conversations we were having.
Is it possible that we change that to SGA supporting it? Because I don't know if we can resolve something that the division can do.
I'm open to that. That's with the title. That would align it with the title.
Yeah.
Of the bill.
You're asking? So you're adding an amendment right now, right?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so then let's circle back to the original committee report and let's just leave out Chris's amendments for now. Can I get a motion regarding the committee report, please? Go ahead.
Motion to approve committee report
With amendments or without?
with amendments.
Okay, we're just gonna leave Chris's out for now, so without all the other ones, okay. Can I just see all those in favor? All of those opposed? Abstaining? Okay.
Point of clarification, only the two that I just made were not considered, so all the other ones.
Okay. So the ones made before today were committee. Okay. Okay, do you wanna sponsor your amendments now, Chris?
Yes,
Do you wanna do them as a block?
yes, sponsor all as well.
Is anyone opposed? Okay, awesome. Go ahead and do that. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I was just going through the amendments. Is the body ready for the main question? Okay, also when I'll move to period of voting, can I see all of those in favor? All of those opposed? All of those abstaining? Okay, with a vote of 25-0 to 2, this bill passes. Congratulations to the bill sponsor. Okay. Okay. Now on to S250409M, an act to fund essential materials for SGA. Is anyone here from the finance committee to give a report?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
10-0 to 1.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna assume, I'm gonna assume these amendments were not made in finance, but you can correct me if they were approved in finance.
The Leonard's, the amendments like Leonard.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the current language, the current prices, were before the finance committee voted on it and before student affairs got the bill, the 1012-15 and the 888-09. That's what was corrected after something with the invoice. Then student affairs voted on this bill and they said that they wanted to add like a couple of items. They wanted to add a tablecloth, a prize wheel, and a dolly, but that's not reflected in this price. So, I don't know if we.
Wait,
Go ahead.
you're oh sorry, you're
SVP.
So just as to respond to that, student affairs wanted to add extra stuff. They also wanted you to shift things that were office supplies into being office supply requests because there's still like $1,000 in there. And you don't have to pass that through the bill and there's already money towards that. You would just have to fill out 2 forms. They wanted the dolly because the current dolly sucks. Sorry, it's my bad. And then that was most of it, but we already we just got the wheel, so you could also probably just use that.
So, does that mean, just a question because I'm not super most up to date to this bill, does this mean like we need to relook at the total pricing and everything?
If you would like to, I would arguably just say you should just motion to reorder business
And table.
maybe, yeah, no, I wouldn't table it,
Oh,
but maybe just motion to reorder business, and maybe we try to get through some of the omnibus stuff, and then come back to that. Is it possible? Yeah.
So the spending form has already been submitted for only using ledge reserves, because I was told
You
it's
can
like,
change it, you just have to comment the change.
okay.
Just say, like, submitting separate office supply requests for office supplies, new total, XYZ, and upload like a PDF of the sheet of your budget, of the things that, like, you're actually using for.
So can I ask, which of the items would fall under the office supplies category and which ones would fall under miscellaneous?
I'm pretty sure you had 4 that were, like, already talked about as being office supplies. Can, whoever's controlling the screen, can somebody hold it for me, please?
Is that in his updates?
No, it's in the.
oh my god, let's go on
Okay, sorry. Which
That's not even the right thing.
Oh my god, sorry.
We go to the finance purchase first.
Okay, I'm not stupid. Okay, Reese, sorry. Chelsea was distracting me.
Can you go to the left? Sorry, because I'm trying to see what you're doing. So, all of those things that say office supplies, you can submit them as office supplies. You can even submit, the, not the Roku stick, actually, student affairs would like you to remove the Roku stick.
Point of information, why?
Because you can base it, like,
There was,
Graham said that it was because we wanted to put a presentation on the screen, and then everyone else was arguing that you don't really need it to be a Roku for, like, the office hours and for the presentation to be on the TV in the office, and that it kind of just seemed like a retention thing to buy something for officers a little bit.
I think the other thing was to remote control it so that we could turn it off and turn it on with having SJ things on the TV.
I'm just telling you what they said, this isn't my personal belief.
Was that point of information, was that part of their committee report, that they would not approve the committee report, they would not approve the bill without that? Because I think we could put that up to a vote right now.
Maybe talk about this behind closed doors. Do you have a question?
Let's talk at recess. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Compromise?
Let's do it.
No, I wanna vote.
Motion to reorder business. Motion to move S 250409M to, after S 250409A.
Is anyone opposed? Okay, full thing. Okay, sorry, I just got really overstimulated. Why don't we go ahead and move on? Is everyone okay?
We're trying, we're really trying.
I just wanna make sure. Okay.
We're not buying
Somehow-
a Roku stick.
Then let's get, I don't know. Then how about let's get started. Kelly, please. S 250409A, an act amending Student Government Association, Constitution, bylaws, and standing rules of order.
Oh, I know where they are.
Oh, there. Point of personal privilege, University of.
Oh my God.
Now you can question more.
Okay, guys, let's recenter ourselves. And are you ready to give your report?
Yeah.
Okay, can you pull up the finance report for me, please? So, Colonel can present. You have to scroll down.
Oh, he does it like that.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready.
But that's March.
Oh, is the newest one at the top?
No, it's the one I sent you last week, remember?
Oh, okay, you can scroll to that same one. I put it on the top, because I'm logical.
Okay.
I feel like it makes sense for it to be chronological.
Wait, so is that not your update?
No, go down to the numbers that you were just on, right there.
That is, yeah, there you go. Wait, but that's not, okay, so to be clear, like, a lot of these numbers reflect what's actually being spent from the account and not like what's committed based on you guys' bills. So this amount will like change over the next couple of days for bills that have already passed and for funding that's already been allocated by you guys. So this number is not really correct, like as of, you know, some of the bills that are happening today. So keep in mind, that number will be about a couple thousand lower than it is right now by the time today's bills get spent on. And I don't know what the status is of the reimbursement. If that makes sense.
Of the headshot reimbursement?
Yes.
Oh.
Because that's what's making this number a lot lower than it would be otherwise. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, thank you, Pranav. I think that's all we needed from finance. So, historically for the bylaw, constitution, if there are changes, we've gone into committee of the whole, just to make it a little bit more casual, a little bit easier to converse. Is that something that you guys would want? Would someone like?
Motion to enter the committee of the whole.
And then who's chairing?
I was the speaker of the legislature.
Open or closed?
Girl, there's nobody here. It's just
Let's
open.
Say
Yeah.
what you want, girl. Okay, and then live stream on or off?
Okay, close to officers. Live stream on. Off. Damn.
This is up to you, don't listen, Luce isn't allowed to speak, I don't.
You said off.
Yes, I said on.
On. And then, did you wanna set a time limit?
Indefinite.
Okay. Awesome, I think that's all the conditions. Oh, who has speaking rights? Is that-
Officers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome, can I just see all those in favor of entering committee of the whole, with those, parameters? All opposed? Abstaining? Wow, amazing, we've made it here. Okay. Yeah, go.
Motion to amend. Motion to remove addendum A entirely and replace it with the presidential omnibus package, which actually already has the CBL amendments inside.
Awesome, and so if anyone, also just to specify, if anyone's like confused on how this is gonna work, whenever we go into committee of the whole, that becomes like the primary committee report of the bill. So anything that we do within committee of the whole, if we exit it with a positive report, like it all will be, what's the word, approved, does that make sense? Okay, so,
Can I also make a quick suggestion?
yeah,
Because there are so many, it would be my suggestion that we go through them and then you just ask them, does this seem controversial, yes or
Yeah.
no? And if everyone's like cool with it, then we just keep going.
yeah, that's what we're
And
gonna
then
do.
we can like earmark the ones that are most important to actually like really.
Mm-hmm. You mean go through all of them all at once and then go back? Okay.
If everyone's okay with that, just so you can all see everything, so if there's things that are dependent on each other, you can also go back and see.
Go ahead, Diego.
Bruce, I have a question for you. So I did get back the language from Slough. It was kind of a bit vague what they told me, but I did change it up. Would that be in the presidential package, or would I have to introduce it?
So Joe said he's meeting with Slough tomorrow and asked if we could put that off until next GBO. So, like Joe is meeting with Slough tomorrow to talk about the language specifically because she gave you a vague response. So he's asking if we can put it
that specific amendment until next week. Not saying it can't be in the package, he's just asking to have the time to discuss with Slav. But that's also up to you guys, I'm just telling you what was told to me. I don't, like, this is not my opinion or my way.
So it's not in the presidential package?
I don't think so. Deborah might have added it, I asked her, it's from the page that you guys have, so it might not be. So I don't wanna speak on that. Let me look through it.
Okay. Everyone lock in for me. Is everyone locked in? Okay, so Leonard made an amendment to replace the CBL linked amendments to the presidential amendments package. Is anyone opposed to that? Or have questions?
Point of like parliamentary inquiry.
It's committee of a whole, so you can just raise your hand and say,
Oh,
actually call on it.
right.
Yeah, go for it.
So does this mean, this doesn't mean we have to go through them in this exact order, right?
So so the way it works is we need to go like Constitution first technically because it's like the highest, do you know what I mean? Like the highest,
Okay.
reigning doc, and then we'll go down there, but what we're gonna do is run through it really quick to just see what's controversial and what's not, and then circle back. Does that
Okay.
make sense to
Yeah.
everyone? Okay, so is everyone approving of Leonard switching out the link? Okay.
Chelsea, are you gonna go by, like, have you seen the doc yet of the package?
Yours, yeah.
Yeah, so you know how it has like the table, but it also hyperlinks like a copy that I made that also has the edits?
Isn't that on the top?
Yeah, so they're above each one. Diego wants to add something, would you prefer, or are you going to pull up the justifications, or are you gonna do?
I was honestly gonna, on my end, I was gonna keep the chart up,
Okay.
just
So if
because
you
I
can
know
show
when
the
you
chart.
see it on the, cause I think some of them are looped together, so I think it's easier to do those together than go individual.
Great.
So you guys can have the actual document up if you want. On my end though, we're gonna look at the chart, and if they're grouped together in one column of the chart, does that make sense? That's gonna be together as an amendment.
Okay, so if you could just add a box, like a row, in whichever doc you're talking about, and then add it in there. Does that make sense?
In the presidential amendment package?
Yeah, let me try to give you edit access for it.
Okay, because there's like a, I'm not sure where I would, because there's a lot.
They're grouped by document, so whichever document it is, you can just add a row at the bottom for it to add yours.
Point of information.
So I apologize, that was something.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Both places have the new language, right? Both this table and there.
And regardless, whichever one we leave the vote count on is gonna be the one that like applies. So if we put the vote count on here, that means the language we approved is the ones in this doc, not whatever that is, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's easier for us to go through the chart, especially if it has the language. Question?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I might just like not be reading this right, just for the, like in your package, does it, for every single one, like, I don't see where it says exactly like what section it's from.
It doesn't. I love you guys so much, but I did all of those and I'm not gonna go put the article in the section. It goes through them chronologically though, so you can go through the doc and actually do, like, look at where they're at. But
Oh, I see.
I apologize, I didn't have time to go through and actually like identify where all of them were at.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense if up there we have the actual version and then on our screens we have the justification. Because we need to see the context of where it's being added, otherwise we won't know what we're affecting. So we need to have the actual doc up there.
Yeah, this?
Yeah.
So,
He has it.
oh, if you open. That's what I do.
Okay, so on my end, I'm gonna be looking at the chart, but then you can visualize it up there on your laptop. Question?
Do we have the vote counts from CBL for the individual clauses?
So like we basically did not really vote any, it was more of like a temperature check, it's like
Yeah,
there were much between attendance and votes.
So no, there wasn't like an official vote
You
count.
mean the ones from Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, we do have that.
We do have that.
Oh,
Do you want me to add that? That's made out.
you can just comment it on the side for people to look at. Go ahead, Sheree.
I have a question. Where is it, like the bylaws and amendments? I opened it, but I don't see any amendments on the actual documents. Is that supposed to be how it is?
From the,
If you go into the presidential.
Yeah, but that doesn't presidential one, about the other people. I see no amendments from any made by anybody else.
So like, we combined
Okay.
all the amendments under into one document, so like it says a presidential package, but like it has most amendments that's been suggested to the people.
I think Reese added in the CBL amendments from my understanding, and obviously if there's something missing that you want, you can propose it on the floor as well, and we can talk about it. Okay, is everyone on the same page, starting with the Constitution? Leonard's just gonna add a doc with some of the accounts, but let's start out with the Constitution ones. Does anyone find this first one really controversial, the reapportionment? Or maybe a better word, wants to discuss it more? Okay. We're just gonna run through it, oh yeah? You can say yeah.
Yeah, I'll say yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna leave a comment.
I'll add really fast that I put 2 suggestions for that one.
Please say that again.
I put 2 suggestions for it, it's just in a comment instead, because the other thing that came up is that like, so the university doesn't differentiate between off-campus neighboring and off-campus commuter, right? Like, that's a thing that we came up with. So when the university gives us a number, they just give us like everything that's not on campus. So we kind of like come up with that number. Because of that, we have 10 commuter reps this year and 2 OCN reps. Realistically, the number is probably not that. It's just that we have in-state students who don't update their location because it's just like a pain to do. And they live in the state anyway, so it doesn't really matter to them. And a lot of them are not changing their locations for the purpose of SGA elections. We barely get like 1,000 people who vote in our elections, let alone that. So this gives the option of either making everything by 2,000 or codifying that like all the other suggestion, it's not in there, but it's on the like justifications doc. That the other thing that we could do is limit all of the residential communities to 1 representative, require 2 CNs and 3 commuters, and we just don't do them by population because we'll never get an accurate population of OCN to commuter because of the way that the system works. But that was also just a suggestion in light of the realisticness of that situation. So if you guys wanted to do it by 2,000 and try to reapportion it every year, you could do that. Or you could do, like, we keep residential and only make academic the ones that's by 2,000. But that's up to you guys. The 2,000 number, 1,800 was proposed in 2009, so it's been almost like 15 years since, it's a little over 15 years since we've changed the number and our population has increased, and as such, the number has increased, so.
Yeah, let's then, okay, yeah, we'll definitely discuss this one further then. I'll mark that down on the side. Next one, hoping it's not controversial. Does anyone find the speaker change, or like changing EVP speaker, want to discuss? Okay. So, oh, thank you. Moving on to the 20 business days for the petition filing, changing it from 20 to 10. Does anyone want to discuss this further? Or, sorry, it's on the, yeah, changing it from 10 to 20. You want to discuss further?
I just don't think this is controversial, but I think we should.
Okay.
Real quick.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
The rules explaining it are in the bylaws because the Constitution just outlines kind of like the powers that we have to some extent. So if you guys control F, the amendment package, you can just look up petition and it should hopefully come to the actual like petition section. Actually, let me find the actual like page that's oh, it's on page 25. So for everyone, if you want to take a look at the essentially it changes, not 25 of that, sorry, 25 on the notification. I don't know where it is.
On the graph, or on the chart.
Yeah, but it's in the petitions and referenda section, so it's towards the bottom.
Wait, Reese, I can't read from this far away. Can you tell me when I'm at 25?
Yeah, keep going, 23, 24, 25. There you go. You can also zoom in if you want to. But essentially, it changes it so that, so right now, the board doesn't have a time frame to respond to a petition. It also doesn't like identify who to submit it to. It just says to the legislature. that doesn't really specify a person, sorry guys, I'm trying not to like be in your way, so that you don't like have to like read over me, sorry. Huh?
How's like, where'd she go?
So it gives Gov Board 5 days to respond to a petition being given to them that they're gonna start verifying the results, or start verifying the signees. It gives the signees 10 business days to respond to them, and then it's 5 business days for it to be put on the next GBM presiding officer's time. The other thing I'll really quickly mention is that people who submit petitions should not be expected to know how to write a bill. That's an extreme level of, or that's an extreme barrier to submitting a petition. So that's probably a controversial thing, but I'm just explaining where the 20-day came from.
So I'm gonna put on the comments circle back, but not controversial. Okay. Oh yeah, you can double comment, yeah, okay. So, I think, okay, that's all for Constitution. Obviously, we can come back to the controversial ones, but just wanna run through these. Okay, this one's the same as the one above, so I'm just gonna skip that one. Going on, look at under the bylaws and then E, the legislature shall adopt apportionment act. Is this one that people want to discuss more? I have it highlighted. It's the legislature shall adopt the apportionment act through its normal deliberative process, but no later than December 31st of each year. Changing it from March 1st to December.
Just indicates how,
What was in bylaws? Yeah, we're on bylaws. No one paying attention? Does everyone know where we are right now?
Yes.
Oh. Queens and kings, thank you. So is this one that I'm highlighting, December 31st, is that something we want to discuss more? No? Okay. Moving on, wait,
Wait a minute. Can I ask a question about this?
yeah. We could also, if you want discussion, we could also come back to it, but if you think it's quick, we could do it now.
Why can't it just be before the start of the next session? Because if we've had the experience of us going past December 31st. So can we?
but it was March 1st before, so we could do that.
If we just do it before the start of the next session? No, because December 31st, we SJ ends like December, 2nd of December.
We need a new session.
Before the start of the new session.
In the spring? That's the same session.
Before the start of the spring.
It just gives time so that if you guys don't decide in the last session of the winter, that it gives Gov Board / the Elections Commission time to go ask IT if they need to about something.
Okay, so no discussion? Or did you change it?
Are they fine with that?
So there was, Leonard proposes to put the start of the spring semester instead of December 31st.
The only reason that I put it at that date is because it's like 1 month, like more than a month before the first information sessions. And I feel like you would probably, as potential people who would want to run in the election, want more time to know what the seats you need are going to be before you start sending people to information sessions. But that was the only reason I did that. If you guys want to change it, I don't really care. I'm not going to be in this election. That's you guys' problem. So, doesn't matter to me, Chris.
Can I see who likes December 31st better? Raise your hands. Who likes, start of spring semester better? Okay, that prevails. So, do you mind putting a suggestion on this as well for me? Thank you. So moving on to the section where it talks about trainings. These are for legislators specifically, so definitely take a look. Do you guys want to discuss these further? Or do these all, go ahead. Do you want to discuss it further? Okay. I'll leave a comment to this. Okay. discuss further. Moving on to and then the one below, fulfill at least one of the following. It's eliminating the bill requirement and switching it to like a long-term project approved by pledge of leadership or a director. Does this want to be discussed further? No? You do? Are people in agreement of it though? Or is this something that people are opposed to? Yeah, can I see all those in favor, just because I know this one has definitely been discussed before and this isn't new. Is anyone opposed to it? Okay, since that prevails, it approves. Okay. Sorry, you too. Yeah, go ahead.
So basically with a long-term project, so like currently our requirement, I believe, is like 1 bill per semester, right?
Or a long-term initiative.
Oh, so it's like instead of 2 bills, if you were going to the bill route, it would just be one project with the entirety of the year.
It just makes sure that you do like a long-term project. So you have to at least do one long-term project out of your stuff. And it like bars you from just putting up a bill that has nothing to do with your constituency or nothing to do with anything that you're doing and just getting out of like your project. Yes.
Did you mean to make it per semester, not per year?
It's a long-term project. I think it would be unreasonable to limit it to a semester. Like a lot of the projects that reasonably some of the representatives should be taking up might take a whole year, and that's also why it has to be signed off by a director.
I think there needs to be some kind of accountability in the fall semester for doing this, because somebody could read this and interpret it as it being per year. So I'm hesitant.
It has to be approved by ledge leadership and also signed by a director. So you guys as ledge leadership would be able to say like, this is BS, that this takes 2 semesters, you can just do this in
The thing we had before was per semester. This doesn't say per semester.
But it says like approved by ledge leadership.
I'm gonna bring some more people into this chat.
Well, do you want to just earmark it and move on to the next stuff? And we can just, or go ahead.
I feel like this could maybe resolve, okay, could we just, as a compromise, have ledge leadership do a review per semester, but the project can be the same? So like, at the end of the fall semester and the spring semester, the person submits their updates and their stuff, but it doesn't have to be a new project. So like, provide written documentation once per semester on at least one long-term project.
Do we like? It was added onto the, Reese, did you add that onto the thing? Okay, cool. Do we want to discuss it further still? Okay, cool.
So am I adding at least one semester?
It was, here, to be reviewed per semester. Yeah. Okay. Going on to the next one for, okay. Is that ever, yeah, okay, yeah, thank you, Liz. Do we want to discuss this one further?
But I have a question.
Yeah.
So currently, what is the policy of the number of legislators that can use deputy per committee? Is it 2?
I don't believe it's outlined currently, but as ledge leadership, we told the directors 1. Because it was limiting people in other committees, and it was making committees too small if you had like 5 deputies. So this year, we told them only 1, so it should have been that way. And if they wanted multiple, one of the others still had to go to 2 committees. They can only have 1 to us. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Does anyone want to discuss this, or is this all good? Okay. Cool. And then here, this is in regards to the ledge interviews, correct? Okay. And this is just changing proxies that they can only be. Okay, sorry. Saying proxies can only be ledge representatives or members of the ledge branch rather than being executive and cabinet members. Does anyone want to discuss this? You want to discuss this? Okay, I'll mark it. Discuss, okay. Next one for appointees. It's just giving a timeline for training and onboarding, right? Yeah, Does anyone wanna discuss this further? No? It looks all good to everyone? Awesome. For this one? Oh, okay. Melinda wants to make it so that it's by, any legislative leadership member, not just R&R. Is anyone opposed to that or have thoughts on that? Okay, do you wanna put that in? Oh, go ahead. Opposed?
Yeah. I'm sorry, but
No,
We'll just,
discuss it
we'll
when
come
the time
back,
comes.
we'll come back. You can leave it as a comment and we'll come back. The next one, oh, it's for me. Changing from, changing from 1 to 2. I'm assuming no one needs to discuss this one. Okay, cool.
That's a whole block though.
Oh, wait, there's more? I thought it was just the office hour thing.
It
Oh, there's
goes all
more.
the way
Sorry,
through.
sorry, okay.
I just copied a little bit so everyone could see all of the duties specifically.
Does anyone want to discuss this more? Okay. Well, it's not gonna be me on. Just kidding. Okay. Okay. This one is to do with the vacancy of the speaker pro tempore, or of the, of the speaker, sorry. And with the re-election process, does anyone want to discuss this more? Discuss? Okay. Wait, what does chopping block mean?
We discussed it. I just don't think it should be the student body president presiding over that.
Okay.
So I tried to replace it with like the most senior member of the legislature, and then people kind of have concerns about it being the most senior member. But then, like, it would pick, so that's.
We can circle back to that too. It's, okay, moving on, we'll come back to that. Who's this? Yeah, that's what. No, it's discuss. Okay. Moving on to, this one has to do with the duties of the pro tempore. Does anyone want to discuss this one more?
No. I was gonna say that's just been the trend for the past 3 years, and that's also approved by the VPMA.
Okay, so. Okay, this has to do with pro tem vacancy. Does anyone want to discuss, just having it within 5 business days and also in the absence of the coordinated recruitment intention of students for local duty? Does anyone want to discuss that more? No? Okay, now under duties of R&R, also putting 15 business day timeline. Does anyone want to discuss this one more?
And just to say, like I put it in the justification, the G is not being struck for the purpose of like not having them coordinate with it. There's already a point B that says that they have to do it. So I just put that they just would be added to be like
Okay, moving right on for, duties of parliamentarian. Do people want to discuss this one more, or is this okay for everyone? Okay. Duties of the clerk, this is eliminating here. Is anyone opposed?
Sorry.
Wait.
I just didn't want to call you.
Yeah, right there.
Oh.
Thanks. Everyone is okay with that? Okay. And then moving on to the one with P, does anyone want to discuss this one further? Yeah.
why can't it just be unconfirmed in general?
Is that I
what-
can't dismiss directors. Right now, there's two separate clauses that say different things, so technically I can, and you could like they could appeal it, but there's mixed things, so technically it's kind of whatever to our interpretation is. So this is just to make sure that we pick one, essentially.
Wait, what are the two?
I don't know, but the other one says that I can. I just chose the one that said that I couldn't say it and struck with that.
Go ahead, Graham.
There's a clause that says that, currently, the clause says that the president cannot dismiss the president can only dismiss unconfirmed and unelected, but then later on it says that the president can dismiss any director level position, it just conflicts.
So this is just specifying that, getting rid of the unconfirming, that you can remove confirmed as long as you inform the legislature and it's technically already in there.
And they can also appeal that. So
To both, yeah. Does anyone have any more? Oh, go ahead.
So kind of what it means by like unelected would be kind of like a deputy director, it's like just.
No, that's not within my
This
purview.
is
Like a chief of staff.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unelected, okay, I see.
Yeah, and like you guys would have to approve my chief of staff. The deputy directors, as far as I'm concerned, are under the purview of the directors.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have dismissal powers for that.
Okay.
I could tell them to dismiss them, and then I could dismiss them for not dismissing them. But I'm not the one who puts them in that position.
Wondering if that's adding a little, like a kind of amendment type thing, saying reason, so I would, after reason, putting at the next general body meeting.
That's fine.
Is that okay with everyone?
I can just put that in.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna put approve. Feel free to stop me, don't.
Oh, they need it with the chair?
Oh my god.
He's fine.
No, technically you can't do that
Okay. Everyone just get silent and look at Lewis and Shane.
Yeah, I messed up, okay?
Okay. Let's keep on moving, guys. Let's go look at duties of VPFA, adding, is anyone, have thoughts, wanna discuss this one more? Or no? We're on duties of VPFA. Is anyone, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, for like H, where it says to assist and delegate the training of like SJ officers, does it mean like finance training?
Yeah, so the previous bullet said now legislative training for legislative appeal training and budget training. So you guys, and also COFA deliberations.
Don't they already do that though? Like, aren't all, really?
It's only required by ethics, and technically ethics is the weakest document, so I think it should be codified in our bylaws to match the ethics document. But it also just pertains that it also just says that if the VPFA doesn't want to do it or wants to make someone else who's more knowledgeable, i.e. the treasurer, who would be the liaison between the legislature and finance, that they can be the one to do the training. It just has to be done in some way, shape, or form.
Does anyone want to discuss this one further? Okay. Awesome, and next for treasurer, does anyone want to discuss this one further? No, okay. For governmental affairs duties, does anyone want to discuss this one further? Okay. For civic engagement, does someone want to discuss this one further? Okay, awesome. SMP, does anyone want to discuss this further? Okay, awesome. Student affairs, does anyone want to discuss this one further? Okay, cool. Student groups, does anyone want to discuss this one further? Oh, we're on a roll. Oh,
Lewis, can you make sure you're like going through those there?
Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
TN9, does anyone want to discuss this one further?
Sorry guys, I really was trying like to limit them, but a lot that were like updated, kind of key.
Okay. For duties of chief auditor, there's no prior language, so.
Oh, can I actually, this table, I wanted to propose it, and really if enough of you want it, I'm fine with doing it, but Colonel has asked me to just leave it to the next administration.
Okay. Thank you, I did not see that comment, okay. Then moving on to chief, duties of chief justice, does anyone want to?
I would like to discuss it.
Did I miss one?
No, you didn't skip anything.
Oh. Just one? I think that's included on here.
Are there some things that are there but not, I mean, here but not there? Are there amendments that you made on the actual document that are not on the table?
There should be, but if there is, let me know.
It's just one deleting line saying redundant to previous iteration of this rule for the deputies, legislators.
That deputies may be legislators?
But I'm assuming that was encompassed with the.
Probably,
I thought they said they can't.
but what I, like, we're just going off this document anyway, so if I missed it, then
We can go run through this also at the end and make sure, okay, so sorry.
Sorry,
I got lost.
there were a lot of amendments, so I was trying to
So I think someone had a thing for the, yeah, that was good. Go ahead.
I was kind of like, I'm not sure if this is like the actual clause, but we did discuss during the Sunday Zoom meeting that I would like to add like a required office hour from the governance board. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We kind of worked up the language a bit more to say that the period for holding these office hours shall only be held in the spring semester. That would be for the
Okay.
governance board.
Wait, for the governance board, because we're on chief justice right now.
I mean, for some reason, this falls like the duties and the responsibilities of the chief justice falls under the chief justice duties and responsibilities. So, yes.
Do you want to add? Diego, you wanted to add an additional subsection like an F that says that they may hold the office hours, the judicial transparency hours?
I think, I'm not sure, because like the place I was looking was Article 3, Section 1, Subsection A.
What's the title of that?
That's what it is, Article 3, Section 1, Subsection A?
Yes.
Yes, under duties and responsibilities of the Chief Justice?
Yes.
We're on the same page.
Okay,
Then
just making
you're
sure.
gonna add that issue.
So your amendment was to add, 1 office hour per week in the spring semester?
Yeah.
Okay, how does everyone feel good about that? Thoughts?
Do you want me to write it first? So
I
we can
can
look at
do
the
it.
language?
Yeah, I think Lennon first.
Because I'm gonna add a little bit to it.
Oh, okay. I'll give time to write.
I put it in as to hold 1 judicial transparency hour a week in the spring semester.
Okay, that's the language.
Can we just make it say office hour instead of judicial transparency?
I think that's what it says there.
No, but that's what Leonard wrote in the.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna. So let's look, is everyone, Diego, is that what you were thinking?
Can you scroll down a bit, Lewis?
Yep.
Sorry.
Why would it be approved by the president?
Who else are they gonna be, who would approve it? I mean, not saying that like they answer to me like that, but in the sense that like. You can put someone else, I don't care, it's just that the president approves everyone else's office hours. For the most part.
Sounds good. There was also another one for the election commission as well.
Like the whole elections commission has to host an office hours?
The head election.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's like a different, prison and left his mission.
So I'm gonna put you see the blank one that I'm working in on
Yes.
Can you just tell me what the last bullet is, like what letter it is? In their duties?
And we could appeal to them, right? We just decide that we're gonna go.
I know some,
Are we still working on this language? Should we circle back?
oh, this language is done.
Oh, it's done?
Yeah, we're moving on. Yep,
Oh,
move
so I can put approve? Okay, sorry, I thought you guys were chatting, okay. For hearing procedure, initiation of a trial, do people want to consider or discuss this one more? No, okay.
Does that make sense to everyone? That one? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Can we question, what information? Or,
You can just ask it.
I can just ask it, sorry. Could we also add something where it's like, either it's the parliamentarian or like 2/3 of the legislature? Because relying on the like if, I don't know, if someone on the legislature finds something,
Or like
they would have to report it to the parliamentarian for it to be heard, right? Could we add something like if 2/3 of the legislature wants it reviewed, that they can do that?
The parliamentarian doesn't have a choice. If they're given like something, then they have to do it. So, I mean, you could put
By
that.
one person?
It's on behalf of the speaker.
Well, it says like on behalf of the speaker as the executive. So the idea should be that like a legislator goes to the speaker and the speaker is the one who says like, okay, this is how that works. And if they're like, oh, shoot, you know what, that actually doesn't make sense. Let me ask the parliamentarian. It's just to make sure that there's no like frivolous like interpretation questions being given to the gov board. But that was the rationale. That's also here in the justification.
Let's see. And then moving on to governance board jurisdiction. For adding D, does anyone need to discuss this more or no? We're good? Oh, okay. Election schedule, campaigning for elections and referenda shall begin. Does anyone want to discuss this more? Any questions? Has everyone looked at this? Like, in general, are people on the same page as me? I can't tell.
They're bored already.
I know, jeez, like, we're moving through this quick. Okay, go ahead.
Reese, this is for you. Sorry, I missed this. So this is for the jurisdiction of the governance board.
Can you repeat? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, can I have the mic? What? Oh, we can't. No, never mind, I will stop. That didn't actually make sense.
Wait, what?
I was just wondering, so, because per the, like, recent decision of the governance board, where they suggested that they clarify that they have jurisdiction, including EC over student groups, like, would it be, or SGA recognized groups?
Oh, so that ruling is more towards for the elections commission. Since technically speaking,
But I mean,
the governor's board already has jurisdiction over a recognized student organization.
I don't think we're there yet. I thought we were talking about the petitions regarding the governing documents.
We're on page 14.
I added that in the election rules.
In elections.
Because we're not there yet. We'll get there, but we're not there yet. Okay. So
We'll
just,
get there, don't worry.
yeah, don't worry. Okay, so let's look at the election schedule again. Does anyone want to discuss this more? No? Okay.
Does that make sense? It's just making sure that it says like at least 1 week as opposed to 1 week in advance. So if you wanted to start like if the elections commission wanted to say that active campaigning could start earlier than 1 week, they could do that.
Does everyone get that? It's just saying that like at least,
One
like they
minimum,
could make it.
so including our standard could be earlier.
Okay. Did I already put approved on there or no?
I also just think adding more frequently that it says like indicated by the elections calendar just helps clarify for students that like they need to refer to the elections calendar.
Okay. also for,
This,
yes, okay, incumbency requirement, yeah, okay, that's next, and it's, also goes to the next page.
that one, they're gonna wanna talk about.
Do you guys wanna talk about? Do you guys want a second to read it?
It gives the next legislative leadership retroactive power to review somebody who has been in for 10 weeks of the previous spring semester for incumbency. So if you are not in the spring semester and you are appointed, fulfilling that 80%, they have the ability to vacate your seat because you weren't doing your job in the spring semester and therefore should not have the privilege or honor of holding a seat in the following legislative session. Thank you. Go to your committee's reflections.
That's my favorite role. But I did have a question.
God dang
Are they gonna be held to the requirements of the previous bylaws before they were updated, or are they gonna be held to these requirements?
You know, like
Wait,
elimination.
can you repeat that?
So the people right now, like this spring,
No, we wouldn't be able to do this
No, it's not retroactive, it would only be for the next,
so it would be for the next people.
yeah.
Correct. So you're safe for this year.
That was my fault.
You're safe for now, but next year, that's the lead. But that's
Oh, he's
also,
excited.
you got scared.
He wants to like shake it like half of the SVH.
Did everyone get a chance to look through it? Yeah. Do we wanna discuss it more? You guys like it?
Fantastic, I love you.
Love it.
Okay, let me just put, why do the comments?
It works in the same way too, it's like, if you're not in your actual academic seat, then legislature reviews you and you don't actually are, you're not actually in that seat, and it just goes to the next highest person. But the next highest person.
And then, okay, awesome, approved, and then moving on to duties of head elections commissioner, this was also adding, an office hour similar to governance board in the spring. Are we good with this? Okay, cool,
Question,
yes.
should they be allowed to appeal it to gov board, or once you're out, you're out?
Oh, you're talking about the one before?
Yeah.
I'm under the assumption anything, cause like, we couldn't say like, no, you can't. But do you know?
I'm gonna say you can't appeal.
Yeah,
Also, for section
Leonard, stop questioning the thing. Go ahead.
For 1B, where it says cumulatively throughout the year, so that means we're adding the stuff in the fall and spring.
Oh, it's
That makes sense.
How would that work though, because they
You
don't.
guys just keep the whole thing per year. Like, when you guys split them this year, that's not how we do that. We do that we do it for the whole year. We don't do a fall, we don't do a spring.
But the ethics report gets sent at the end of the fall for only the fall ones, the ones in the spring.
Yeah, and you just send them that at that point, but you just keep going. Like, you're just supposed to keep going. You just send them like a PDF of that in that point in time, and then they review that. Does that make sense? Like, you're not supposed to split it up into fall and spring.
Should we move back to it?
Okay, yeah.
can I put discuss by it? And
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna put discuss by it, and we can come back, because this is lengthier. But let's see what we can get through. Okay, so going on to the duties of deputy commissioner of publicity, anyone, thoughts, feelings, go ahead.
Is it possible to add deputy commissioner of publicity to make it sure that they actually send out an email, or is that already somewhere else?
We as students are not allowed to send out emails to other students like that. The only one that even has the ability to send out to students would be the VPFA, and that's really only supposed to be for student-related updates. So technically, the only person that has access to it with sort of all students is the VPFA.
See, the reason why I bring that up is because, as we saw with this election, the elections commission didn't send out a school-wide email saying, hey, elections are being held.
Normally, it's kind of just like for them to go to the VPFA saying like, you're gonna do this.
So the VPFA doesn't send out that email.
No, the VPF, I'm saying like the head elections commissioner normally like will send it or whatever to say, hey, can you do this? But because it's not codified, it doesn't make sense that the publicity, like the deputy commissioner of publicity is one like it. But we don't have the power as students to send out mass emails to other students.
Okay.
So unfortunately, yeah,
Is there not a way to codify that in the rules?
like that we can't use it.
No, that we have this, like, we have.
Wait, can you use the mic?
We can't do it, we would.
Yeah, I mean, this says that like
Essay.
the VPSA, and VPSA includes it in their newsletter, so.
Oh, for the elections? Ah, okay, never mind. Oh, I see.
So looking at duties of deputy commissioner publicity, did we wanna, is that good? Awesome, okay. Wait, we didn't do the education one
No.
yet. For the deputy commissioner election education, did anyone want to discuss this more? No? Okay. Oh, go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Isn't that more publicity if you're updating materials? How is that
Because
really?
they're the ones who make the materials, so it should be their responsibility to go back and update them to reflect the rules. Like, if they're not publicizing it, they're updating the materials to make sure that when you go to the website and you click like election education materials, that it reflects whatever the rule clarification is. They're not the ones setting up emails to make the rule clarification, if that makes sense.
Can I make a tiny edit and write to update election education? Things always make sense, but I always have a little more. To update election education materials, just to be clear, like what materials we're talking about.
How do people feel?
Beneficial.
Good? Okay.
No.
No.
I'm adding them right now.
So
Sorry, it's
with
gonna be a long night. guys.
Leonard's amendment, are we good?
Okay.
Awesome, go ahead.
This isn't related to what we're looking at, but.
Wait, sorry, can you use the mic? I think. Is that on?
Yes, it is on.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So kind of what I was kind of thinking about, is there a way to kind of create on the SGA website, kind of like a place to publish the governance boards or the election commission's docket?
Docket.
Like what's in their docket in regards to case?
That's confidential until they're petitioned. Like, the only people up until it being actually like adjudicated that they can contact are the respondent and the petitioner. So until that case is ruled on.
Could they not just put like case A? Oh.
Because you're not even supposed to know that there's a case. Like, the idea is that it's
But-
confidential.
Like sometimes you're not supposed to know when they meet or
So,
whatever.
no, the reason why I say that is because I've heard a lot from people that they're been kept out of the loop in regards to all the stuff that's been going on lately with the governance board and the elections commission. So it would be very helpful. Huh? Yeah. So they can't be like,
I mean, that's like saying like ethics should do that too,
Yeah.
arguably.
no,
Which is much, like, I understand what you're saying, and I know that there has to be a way to keep them accountable, but at the same time, the petitioner and the respondent, the petitioner and the respondent, sorry, she was just like, are afforded privacy until the case is adjudicated.
I understand that, but the reason why I bring that up is because in the real court system, all cases are public information. Like you can see in the district court or the state court or the court, I don't know what the Supreme Court of Maryland's called anymore, but like those are all publicly available information. Not true. Well, both.
Well, the confidential ones are kept.
Alright guys, let's recenter ourselves. Take the floor, Paisley.
Oh, I'm gonna let Charlie answer that, because he knows about that one.
Yeah, so, I mean, that may be true for, you were a committee as a whole, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's an officer.
That may be true for like criminal cases, because the standard of proof is higher, but like, if we go around alleging certain people do things without proving that, proof positive that's true, we could be liable for,
I'm not saying to list out names, just to be like, there's a case.
I would say like some compromise of that would be like, I know we were talking about this earlier, that there were like findings of a case that were posted to the DDK before the Elections Commission's website, and that's where I have an issue, is that reporting, like, that one about the bribery, that they had hearings on. I checked the Elections Commission's website and nothing had been posted yet, which is why I have the question of where did they hear that from? Because I hadn't even heard it within here. Yeah, like there's a thing of like, okay, someone is talking to someone, but each respondent and complainant has the right to tell who they want to tell, and that's up to them. So I kind of see it as like the procedures of ethics, where ethics is kept confidential until the respondent or complainant says it to someone else or indicates that they'd like it to not be confidential.
So that's to say.
Is this something maybe we could could like circle
Yes.
back, maybe talk in recess?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Are we okay if we also just pass over this not an amendment, but comment for consideration, assuming this would be a discussion? Okay, just we can come back to it. Okay, so just, sorry, I'm on a semi-closed committee, or an officer is any member appointed by, does everyone know who we are be? Is anyone opposed? Okay.
It just adds appointed representatives essentially.
And then this one, specialized committee.
This already says it right here, it already says it. This is an officer that's confirmed. Yeah, it's already there.
This is what I'm talking about.
No, but this includes electors.
Yeah, and elected's also already there. Can I ask, it's, your amendment that you're adding is already there. It says an officer is any member appointed by the student body president or confirmed by the
It
legislature.
says and confirmed.
Huh?
It says and confirmed.
Can we do and or?
We don't put and or in there, but in the sense that like, that's only referring to directors. So I would just add representatives that are appointed or elected.
You good? Okay, we're good here, okay. For specialized committee,
It just said that like only, just said that only EVP can give award to specialized, approved specialized committee attendance.
is anyone opposed? No? Okay, I wanna make sure people are locked in so we don't have to go back. Raise your hands if you're locked in.
Raise your hand.
Who just raised their hand because everyone else is raising their hand?
Keep your hands up, keep your hands up.
Okay. So moving on to open committees of SGA, just removing, well, this is a bit
They're gonna want to
contingent
talk
on
about
the,
that, yeah.
maybe let's circle back to this once we go into rules, okay. Can you put circle back for me? Oh wait, no, it's not right.
All of the next few until it gets to committee on communications. To be circled back.
Oh, okay. Are people good on striking committee on research and tech though, just because there isn't one? Okay. And adding it to comms, because that's already how Venya and Lewis operate? Okay, cool. Okay. Moving on, okay, sorry, I got this. Okay, so I'm just gonna put discuss next to rules, because I know we're gonna wanna discuss, not even gonna ask you guys, okay. Moving on to budget submission and reviews, everyone there with me?
Yes, sorry.
Is everyone there with me?
Yes.
Yes.
No, we're not on the rules, we're on budget submission and review. We're coming back to that. Okay. Okay, so is everyone, yeah, everyone's there, okay. How do people feel? The SGA financial advisor may suggest changes, but all changes must be reviewed by the legislature.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
Actually, no, it's not that one, sorry.
Oh, wait, did you want to add something to this?
No, not that
Oh,
one.
okay.
I thought it was this one, it's a different one.
Are you guys all okay with this one? Okay, cool. If anyone's ever confused, feel free to ask a question, no shame in that. Now we're on budget submission and review procedure, allocation procedure. It's saying that only finance approved, or finance trained legislators can vote in legis appeals. How is everyone feeling good about that? Okay, cool. Also under legislative appeals, do you guys need time to review this? It goes on to the next page. You want a second? Okay.
It just codified the process too, for leg appeals. Because right now, as it stands, it's just whatever this one for once.
Did everyone get a second to read over legislative budget appeals procedure.
But, because the final thing is just no, of course not.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this one is the one that they want me to change. So initially it was 10 business days, and then Megan kind of verbally said 15 business days.
Oh, we were not there yet.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I was giving Leonard a second to read the one before.
Oh, what is that? Why are you making that face? What face? That face.
I'm getting cold.
No, sorry, this is getting cold.
Louis, it is cold. It is cold.
Validating his concerns.
This'll work.
Alright guys, Leonard has a question. Everyone be respectful of Leonard's time.
Sorry, we're not laughing at you.
It's with other people are laughing at that thing. Okay. 3B, you put Assistant Vice President of Audit. That's not a position.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it Chief Auditor? There's an Assistant Vice President of Audit?
That's the technical name for it. Bet me.
I think for clarity's sake, can we just change it to Chief Auditor?
Yeah, we can. I don't care.
Wow, look at me winning.
It's not about winning, it's about compromise, and that's what has happened.
It's us against the problem, Leonard.
We're a team. So besides that, did anyone have any questions or want to discuss it more? Right, okay, so that's us. I'm gonna put approve.
Guys, this is the most fun on this ever.
So moving on to legislative reserves, is this what you were talking about with the 15 business day thing?
Yeah, so it initially said 10. Megan verbally said 15. I didn't like that, but whatever. So they asked us to change it in the bylaws. And essentially, those changes, it codifies that unless the change is approved by leg, that they can't just verbally say or make up some date and then decline a finance request because of it.
That's
about
just
it.
her amendment.
The 15-day business day thing is that. Everything else is fine. It used to be 10.
Can we change this? On the original doc, it still says 10. So then should this be 15?
Oh, yeah, just, so,
Can you change it on the doc too?
I can change it on the doc, of course.
Thanks. Did everyone have a chance to read the whole amendment?
And essentially the second part, it kind of already says this, it's just not super clear. But after you all adjourn, all of your funds roll into, and cap reserves, roll into executive reserve, because technically they're the only people that retain their seats until inauguration. So if you guys adjourn right now, technically you guys are no longer. Technically, we would have, exec would have the ability to roll everything into one. It's already a thing, I'm just recodifying. And it just says that after inauguration, the incoming executives are the ones who maintain fiscal responsibility for the old reserves until SORC says. So let's say new president comes in, new vice president, VPFA come in. If we have $5,000 left, they can vote on how they want to put those $5,000. So if they have ABTS in the summer, they can vote to give it to ABTS in the summer without having to wait until the legislature convenes to do something.
Does that sound good to everyone? Okay. Awesome. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
For the first part, what's the difference between 10 and 15 days? Did she say what?
Megan's sanity.
You said what?
Megan's sanity. Megan's sanity.
Megan basically made those.
But does she even
She's our financial advisor.
I know that, but I'm does she even?
Does she even know who he is?
Essentially, Essentially, when we have 10 business days, the idea is that when we all have 10 business days and you guys think it's 10 business days, you guys think it's 7 business days and you ask them like, oh, what's the difference between the 3? So shifting it to 5 business days now means you'll probably do it in 10 instead.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Does everyone get that?
I'm just kidding, you guys are supposed to abide by like the 10 and 15 day. But it is real that you guys asked, and myself also asked, before that 10 or 15 business day time. So it is
And this
typically
is
there.
Megan's like first year in the role, which is why last year was 10. So if you're wondering why it changed, it's like a new finance advisor. Wait, does that make sense?
It's 15 after second reading?
No, from the first day that you put in the finance form.
It says here, funding will only be granted if the date of payment is at least 15 days after the date of which allocations was presented to the legislature on second reading.
It does say that.
I think it should be 10, right, for that? No. Or do you want to change it from first to second?
Or should you change it to the spending form?
Because it's after.
Yeah, we had it submitted on the spending form.
Like after.
On the days, wait.
That makes sense.
Comments so that we can.
But it's
Can we
already,
pause
yeah.
them after?
Why don't we circle back and let them discuss?
Okay, this one's not approved.
Sorry.
They got it, just give it a second.
Yeah, they're just.
I'm gonna let them discuss that.
That's the fair.
Can I offer, not, I mean, I can't help.
Can Joe talk?
Yeah, of course, anytime.
So, I'm gonna be perfectly honest, so 10 business days has been the standard for a number of years. And I think SORC was trying really hard to honor that for a number of years. It's become apparent that that is a very difficult standard to maintain. And so it's just sort of updating really what's realistic and what we can accomplish with adding that time. Because I know that often, I mean, some of you may know Valerie LaHood. She was the advisor for a while and business manager for a while, for like a decade. And I would often have conversations with her that meeting those deadlines and the processes that the university has and has expectations for SORC to follow, it is extremely challenging. And we can't do it also with the amount of purchases that often you are asking to make. So this is just being realistic of what our operations can handle and manage in this time and place. Because we are being held accountable to our university processes, especially with things like Workday, which has changed the way we need to do business. And it's just more realistic to the administrative processes that we need to be able to adhere to and what's expected of us.
And that's Joe, everybody.
I'll second that Workday has messed up a lot of finance and especially like student workers and employee transfers and payments, so yeah, that is an issue that's being worked through.
Just to clarify, is it 15 days after it gets put on second reading? So that would imply that we need 20 business days by the time it's submitted on first. So you need like a month in advance.
Or is this a spending form, 15 days?
It's 15 days after, really after it's approved. So once the bill is approved, that means then you guys have okayed it and we can, so that's when we can actually act on it, because before that, it doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna happen.
So no events until October is what that would mean.
And the
Yeah.
spending form is before you bill anyway.
So emergencies, it would be 10 business days. Emergency would take off 5 business days potentially.
I don't know what's the, I'm
It
not,
wouldn't take off anything, it would be 15 days from when it passes on emergency. So it's just saying second reading calendar as a whole, doesn't matter whether it's emergency
yeah,
or
so
it's
15
not.
days after it's approved by the legislature.
And the VPFA has the jurisdiction for finance bills to make it emergency or not. They're the ones who approve that. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah,
Every single time it comes in, we have to.
I think we're all on the same page. It's a long time, but it's just the procedure that SORC has set for us. So just in terms of accepting that procedure, does everything in this section look good then? Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna change that to approve. Well, that's why you guys get the summer to plan.
Yeah,
So,
realistically.
moving on to executive reserves, it's just deleting line item C. Did anyone have any more discussion for this one?
Technically, you could group this all in one if you really wanted to.
Oh, the exec reserves may not be used. Okay. So, yeah,
So just to clarify, if we're removing this, does that mean that exact funds can't be pulled for the sake of legislative things?
Yeah, they can, you just don't need a bill. So if you wanted to do something and you didn't have time to put up a bill this year, you came to me and you're like, Reese, please, can we fund rec Reese? We're like, oh my god, okay, sure, we can do it. And then just me and Siler would have to approve it. Does that make sense? No? Okay.
I think that does make sense, but I'm wondering, like, is removing that preventing you from doing that now, or is it allowing you? Is it more flexibility or less flexibility?
It's more flexibility because initially, they were trying to say that like we can't do anything in exec reserves without a bill. We do ABTS over the summer, unless we call it an emergency session to make you all vote on the funding to allow us to go to ABTS for the summer. We wouldn't be able to go.
Can't we do both things? Can't we say that, like, you spend the exec reserves on what you want and the things that have been approved in the bill? Or it would...
Yeah, but this is just saying anything that's not already approved, we have to do a bill for.
Oh, okay.
So, it just means that like, if there's anything later that's not on the, yeah. So it makes it more flexible and it also changes it from the executive vice president.
and that's these two combined.
Yeah, yeah, sorry, I don't know why I didn't combine them.
Does that make sense to everybody? Are we all good here? Okay, just wanna make sure.
And actually, I'll also retract the honorarium for speaker if we pass the other duties and stuff.
Oh, you mean like the other duties added from before? I think they were.
Okay, so we can go with that.
Don't we delete? Oh, you got it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay, so moving on to honoraria for VPFA, changing from 50 to 75. Do we want to revisit this? Are we comfortable here? What's the vibe?
Can I ask why?
I don't do my job.
There's a justification, but you can also explain.
I don't do my job. The worst that happens is we don't have a student voice in like a meeting. Pranav doesn't do his job. 400 groups are out of their events, out of their meetings, out of everything that they would need possible. And in the past 2 years that I've seen VPFA function, they are extremely dedicated to their jobs and actually are answering emails day and night. And that's not codified anywhere, right? Like in the sense that it doesn't say someone that they have to spend 20 hours doing emails, but they do. They sit through multiple hours of like concurrent deliberations, and they also do like legislative appeals, they do COFA appeals, they do emergency funding. Arguably, a number of things that make it extremely difficult to hold a second position, and the whole idea behind honoraria is that you can't hold another job while you do it. I think it's been proven in the past 2 years that like VPFA has the same level of responsibility as the student body president, arguably. But if you guys don't choose to approve it, I guess you can say no to your bill earlier. But no, I'm just but I do think you guys should genuinely consider it because I think Pranav
Is this something you guys want to discuss? Or is this something that you're ready to approve?
Let's give them the money.
Well, I think so. The one that determines how much they
Well, yeah, this is like the
This wouldn't
maximum.
apply for 2 years, this wouldn't apply for 2 years anyway.
Yeah, this would most, whoa, guys. My ears are just like, so much side chatter. Okay. So do we want to discuss this, or thumbs up if this is good? Okay, cool. Wait until I get like 2/3 thumbs up. Okay. I'm gonna assume you wanna come back to discuss the petitions and referenda. Nods, yeah, okay. Anyone, thanks. Maybe let's try the wrong thing. We were gonna do like 8:30. Yeah, let's try to just get through the skimming of this at least. Because this one's also like 2 of the pages. So
That's
then,
just basic, that's just the page. It's easier to work on here.
okay. Yeah, so now we're on the referenda. Is this also something that we want to discuss?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, let me just add that.
just the justification on the document, not that.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at what Deborah added. Oh, okay. This is a This is a CBL ad, right? Oh, she's not here. Okay, never mind.
I'm pretty sure I already changed all instances of it in there, but
Wait, say that again.
never mind.
So looking at, is this on purple on everyone else's page too?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so looking at the purple text, starting with Article 5, I think it's changing speaker instead of pro tem for to chair, any sort of investigations. How did you, do you wanna discuss more? You made that, you don't wanna change?
No, because I haven't.
Okay. Is this something that you guys wanna discuss more or approve? Okay.
We're discussing this.
I'm sorry, guys.
We're right on time.
Yes, you were there.
Okay, so the next one is procedure, article, that's a 2, right? Okay, section 1, so section D. It's talking about special elections and adding in the event of a 2-person race, basically if no one reaches 2/3, moving into a closed session composed of officers to deliberate. Oh yeah, that's kind of like the top one, but thoughts, do we want to discuss this more? Go ahead.
No, like I would wanna discuss it.
You want to discuss more? Okay. Oh, I accidentally, that was only supposed to be for the top 4, so I'm gonna discuss article 2. Okay. So moving on to SROs, skimming. Is everyone here with me at the SROs now?
Is this the SROs?
Yes. Oh wait, no, you're in the wrong place, go up. Wait, no, wait.
It's page,
Right there, right there.
page 31.
Okay, you can look on that then. Thank you. So, looking at SROs, the first one, speaker ability to refuse legislation, adding a line for that based off timing of legislation. Anyone want to discuss this further?
Wait, Lewis isn't on the right
Not, yeah, sorry.
Are you on SROs?
It's the SRO, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Are we here?
Can I say something?
I may have done them out of order.
Can we just stick with the chart then? Because then they're grouped together, and versus if we just look at the doc, I don't fully know it's grouped together. You know what I mean, guys? Did you want to?
I just wanted to say like most of these amendments are like they like classify people and especially like the one with like the timing of like the executive and as the tutor is like very debatable. So like there was
So
like
just-
no consensus information.
So do we want to discuss this more? Okay, we'll discuss. Didn't know how to spell. Moving on to student concerns and general announcements. Well, and then also add it within the purview. Do we? Yeah. Does anyone want to discuss this more? Or thumbs up? That's not a lot of thumbs. Okay.
Rishi, why are you making that face? I'm just listening.
I am, guys, okay.
I just blanketly said some speaker changes.
Oh, okay, I think this purple thing is, something we need to discuss.
Me too.
Already broke my ears. You slack. Or whisper. Okay, this purple is debate, this is something we wanna discuss, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, you were being loud. I can't multitask. Yeah, we're gonna discuss this.
For the undergraduate student concerns, like that one.
Yeah.
Are people open to having an amendment that says that if we're discussing something that relates to people that are not undergraduate students, that they would be able to speak in student concerns? If their bill is on that, you agree?
I do.
That's not our constituency, you guys are held responsible to the students who you answer to.
I agree, but if we bring, then we're not allowed, then that's to say that we're not.
Student concern board.
No, I'm saying that then they would not be able to bring up bills that relate to things that are not.
Why don't we do a hands up if you wanna get rid of undergraduate, right, that's the version?
It's not getting rid of it, it's
I wanna
adding.
add, if the.
That's been the standard, that it's just undergraduate students, but it was never codified.
Go ahead, Diego.
I would like to add, because it kind of reminds me of the grad student who came up to speak to us. That was like a very important thing that she had to tell us about kind of the conditions of graduate labor union and how it will impact all of us. So I feel that that would be is a good exception to make, that if it's about a bill that's going to impact the undergraduate student body, if it's someone who's not, you know, like,
Yeah, can I just add? I think we should make an exception that says that if something that relates to them is on the agenda, if there's a bill that relates to them, then they should be able to speak. That's how it works in the real world. If there's public comment about something, people are allowed to speak on the issue. And I think we can keep
How about
it.
we just get rid of the word undergraduate, just.
That's what I was saying.
Okay.
That's, I thought my thing made sense. And then everyone's like, yeah.
You wanna go?
So are we good now? Slay, thank you guys for paying attention. We're discussing that. The purple, I've already put discuss. Moving on, these are, now we're on to the ethics document.
I will say that for that, I said it should go from 5 to 4. Leonard says it should go from 5 to 3.
Yes.
So,
3, 2.
I think he wants to discuss that.
Okay. Is that the first one?
Yes. They're all, like, I told Leonard to just change the language for all of them. Have and ledge, because I don't think it's fair that one is one or the other. So it should just unilaterally be either that it's 3 or it's 4 or it's 5.
So is it giving, discuss for that? You wanna discuss, I'm sure, okay, sounds good. Moving on to sponsored legislation. This is kind of also in line with the long-term initiative, one that we passed previously, but.
The mouse, so it's not blocking.
Sorry.
Thanks, King.
Leonard is being kept on his toes.
I know.
Do we want to discuss this more? Yeah, I can give you a second. You have something?
Yeah,
Okay.
for C,
Mhm.
should we put like on a is that the word, semester?
It's already codified, if you guys pass the one that's in the bylaws supersede ethics, so it
Okay,
would be answerable to that document and not this one.
I think we might as well
Possible
just
to make it
prevent
the
them being conflicting.
coordinating director, because any director could be like S&P could approve the long-term initiative for like a T&I bill.
Is everyone looking at Leonard's writing? The review of this requires should occur on a semesterly basis.
As long as it's, yeah.
Sorry, okay. Yeah.
This is, if we want to discuss this more, then I'll just shut up for now, but, could we maybe amend, instead of on at least one long-term initiative and or short-term initiative, because there might be things that don't qualify, like they could just be like littler projects that we would normally right now count as like full, like you did the work on that, you did that event, whatever, but.
I think we need to revisit the bylaws. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, what we can do is when we go back down, it was written in the bylaws above, so we have to go up there, edit it there, and then laterally it would, you know what I mean?
So
So
it
what,
makes more sense to already do that one, than it does to like go through and.
so we can come back, that one we go back up. Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna ask, for part D, it's just saying that they would have to discuss it so that like someone in leadership is like made aware,
Yeah.
not that they have to like approve it.
Correct.
Right, just making sure everyone's in the loop, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Does this look good, other than we'll circle back to the and short term? Yeah, thumbs up. That's sad.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it the people that are related to their bill? Because this is very general.
Basically just asked me to make that amendment. So in A now,
I feel like irrelevant.
it says at least one director is required to the committee's topic.
Oh, it's perfect.
I'll add that to the bylaws if everyone is okay with it, I'll also add that to the bylaws.
That's fine.
For sure.
Can we change it from correlates to relates? Sorry. I know.
Fine.
So now does it look good? Oh, go ahead.
Should we also do that for part D with the part about communicating with the director, because like also if you run like a T&I bill by the SMP director, it wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah, of the relevant bill, is that better? Prior to submission for relevant bill.
Wait, that is.
Oh, thanks. Did you add that?
As what?
As it relates to their committee's topic area?
No.
Oh, wait. You absolutely. No, I'm just thinking it's.
That would be correlate?
He has the big plaque.
Okay. I'm gonna write approve, and then we're also gonna circle back to Maya's comment. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Thank you, because David's the only one that's participating.
I like literally still there.
You're participating too much.
You need the recognition. And letters. Okay. So let's look at investigations procedures.
Can we table that one?
Table, you wanna discuss? Okay. Okay, are you all with me at 8?
Yes.
Did somebody? Oh. I also didn't put a table.
You want a table?
I didn't put a table for any of the election rules. I love you all, but I basically did like 100 amendments by myself, so.
Everyone give Risa.
I'm saying I was too lazy to do more than that, so. If you guys wanna open the election rules and go through that one as is, I can explain them if you need me to. I also have no idea who did the lettering for the election rules, but that was on the election website.
Wait, did we decide that you guys wanna discuss 8?
No.
Or if you, oh, we did, okay, I'm confused. Do you guys want a second to read it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can just open the election doc if you want to. And go through it that way. Because I don't have a chart. Yeah.
Go ahead.
You guys are so unserious. Anyway, yes.
Point of information. What's the reason to go over election rules in omnibus? I understand that in omnibus we go through all of our documents, but we do have minibus, so I feel like it's kind of a waste of time in a sense, because what's to stop the next legislature from changing what you do in the winter, in December, during
It looks
minibus?
like he wants to respond to that.
And I'd be happy to hear. I don't mean to I'm not a villain.
Okay, guys. Who wanted to talk? Yes.
The reason why I kind of inserted it now is kind of, it feels pretty pertinent considering the situation that happened in regards to the bribery stuff. So I kind of just want to prevent it as much as possible. If the next if the next SGA changes during minibus, it's kind of on them. But I kind of want to just change it now to prevent it from happening.
Wait, whoa. And Leonard.
I think in terms of time, it's 8 p.m. and we haven't even started like the big discussions yet. So I think we can keep it on our radar if we have the time at the end. where I'm just really worried about us compromising our discussions about like really important stuff.
I mean, it's at the end anyways.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, if it
Sorry.
stays on here, we have to talk about it. Like, we can't just like do nothing, right?
Oh, well, I mean, you could, right, but the idea is that, like, as people go into elections, giving them the most possible time to prep for whatever those rule changes might be, and trying to be as transparent as possible with the student body, as opposed to making changes in December that then are like enacted immediately in February as soon as we come back.
Yeah.
I think we haven't even finished the selection yet, so it's weird for us to make rules without even finishing the selection.
I mean,
That's none of our faults though.
Yeah,
It would have been over by this point.
like, this
Whose fault is it?
Whose fault is it?
This might.
3 letters.
Okay, let's take it to Fred. Yeah? Can I get,
That's an ambiguous 3 letters, I need to
Right.
Anyway, the idea was also to make you guys start thinking about next year. I really don't care if you guys pass rules this year or not. This is up to you guys. I'm just giving suggestions. One thing to keep in mind though is that with the elections calendar, Passover next year is from April 1st through 9th, meaning that Orthodox Jews who practice the first 2 days and the last 2 days of Passover, as I understand, but if somebody wants to correct me, please do.
why don't we do a quick like temperature check of, because I know there's a debate going on kind of about if election rules should be considered now, or if it should be pushed back to the fall, or what we should prioritize. So can I just see a raise of hands of who thinks we should be prioritizing the election rules this spring? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So can I just get a raise of hands?
Why wouldn't you just put up 10 fingers?
Can I just get a temperature check of who does not want to prioritize the election rules this spring and wants to prioritize the other documents? Oh my God, don't tell me the time. That is not my document. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Oh, that's not a time.
So for now, given timing, we're gonna go back up and discuss the ones. Not gonna totally count you out. We can come back. I just wanna, I think it's showing we wanna prioritize the discussion of the other documents as of right now. Obviously, mine's changed, so let's just scroll back up though for now.
Yeah.
You voted in favor.
Do you guys wanna do like a little stopping point recess now that we skimmed the doc?
Yes.
Motion.
Motion to recess for 15 minutes.
Okay, come back at like 8:35, right?
Food is in the SGA office. Go get your stuff out of the SGA.
Yeah, please get your stuff out of the office, and please be back for lunch like 8:35.
I also need
Check it out. I said it's a much more I said it was, I literally had it right now. I wouldn't debate against it. I said you get the reason why it should be there, but I was gonna
You're a journalist.
No, but it's okay.
What do you think? Yes. Especially, I don't know.
I don't know. I have no dog. I just like doing
That's a selling point. I didn't pick it, okay.
Everyone's invited, what are you, you're not ready for this though.
I looked at me second when I got there and I'm like, okay. Yeah.
I know,
He is.
I
know, I was lost for a minute, and he sat out all the time. I was like,
You should be, you just
and
find
then
them
I literally in that entire time, I went to take showers and meetings.
Okay.
I was
For this past day?
Yeah, it was for.
Yeah,
for,
you was
uh,
just sleeping there. Oh wait, guys, not passing out, like, you know.
That one died.
No.
Oh, sorry.
See, he didn't do that. I saw your
No, but my jacket's huge.
They're just silly.
The 0.5.
Are you having fun now? This is fun, right? This is
I don't know, this is the best one
the
yet.
best one.
I'm having a good time.
Are you having This is the most fun that it's been ever.
Let me just say it's the best because none of these rules affect us. So it's all for yourselves.
Let's go.
Senioritis.
That's not good. That's
Yeah, I know, and I was like, yeah, but like, depending on like, that's what I'm saying, and I was like, I know Rose did it in the past.
I'm waiting for the mic, thank you.
I was asking that, but she's like, no, but I'm not working yet. He's like, should we need her?
Is it reference to UCSD?
I did, yeah.
Transferred here?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Family circumstances.
Exactly.
And not like.
Exactly, and then, so she's like, yeah, if we pick someone,
really?
it's gonna conflict with the next person. I was like, bro, but based on the person you pick, there's no.
I'm not.
Not you.
I'm so excited.
Okay.
You guys take your time.
Well, I just wanna talk originally, I'm actually from out the gate.
Okay, you guys can take.
Yeah, and then, now,
At least
then I
the
was
third
at
time.
Huh? Yeah, oh yeah, our old house burned down. Yeah, it was like, and my dad built it, and then he like, one of his friends drove by, took pictures, and it was just, the only thing that was standing was a and a board. Yeah, and so.
Wait, are you all? They're gonna pick someone they and they're gonna pick someone who's like, oh, well, I went to Exactly.
So.
Were you should tell me?
Human genetics, with humanized.
We might need to do it together though.
I don't mind, yeah.
See, I don't like genetics or wet lab work at all, but.
What drew you to this stuff?
No, yeah, no,
I'm
I
asking it if it's I feel like they know.
You're
I
not
also
like a
think
mice
that.
fan or a genetics fan.
but, yeah.
But I guess it's just
But
like lab
at the same
experience.
time, why would you not?
Yeah.
Didn't you work for the Department of Aging? You're not old.
I was applying for the
Department of
Oh, she was aware,
And
please.
MDOA, Maryland Department of Aging, yeah.
Trust me, I know she's aware. I know she's aware.
Maryland Department of Aging.
Oh, yeah.
They just manage like health care and things like that. Like they used to lobby for like elderly businesses in Maryland.
So they're the reason
No,
why
it's all
so
good.
many other.
No, I just felt bad because I feel like we didn't talk a lot.
In like in the district, or just like around.
DMV.
Yeah, I mean like specifically, I didn't realize like how much of like a culminating thing.
Like I'm questioning my decision. I know I did that too. I'm questioning.
Talking to me
Well,
like earlier about like
I mean, yeah, I mean, I look back on it and
so
kind
I'm
of like.
sorry that like
kinda
so
sucks.
abruptly like shut down. But having said that, it seems very,
No, I mean, what makes CMD like.
next year, and I think we get like area around the summer to figure out the DIT stuff. So whatever that guy Jeff wanted to talk about, that's very.
I remember many a day.
Okay, so they just need, they need to figure out the DIT, accessibility anymore, that stuff.
Cause I was,
And then once
I
that
was like,
stuff, it actually is not as easy as you think, like, each thing I so now that we know that's happening, then it's just about sitting down and sorting and drafting up kind of what you specifically. But, and the thing that I can't really speak for is like, I have no idea, I haven't been to any of these.
my friend goes to SD and he almost went there to get
Right, well, so it's gonna be important that you sort of have a clear vision of individual based on like what you're meeting.
They don't do anything.
As long as you know, like, okay, especially if this happens, like, who's paying for what, like, this specifically. So if you have a pilot program, you have to, like, think the MOU passes as a marketing.
Let them think it was
Just one who's responsible for how
Well,
much.
that's why, California residents sue this,
There's just a lot of people really what that timeline wise, the UIT stuff.
Yeah, my 1 year, so there's 75.
Until it actually gets implemented. But in the meantime, the MOU stuff will get worked on immediately. It'll just have to be. Once SORT knows everything they need to know about you, then SORT can just start to enforce on other.
Not really a political science school, that's the problem.
Yeah, except in Berkeley.
Yes, so I wanted to wait till, the business week for SGA is like done, but, it'll be done tonight. I was thinking,
The one that, it was dry.
text me your availability and YouTube. Text me,
Like,
yes, send me, you guys have
it was like
availability.
so fell way too much, I don't even want it.
Or so.
And it's like,
one of my friends, he was
so like, luckily, UCLA is easier
and he was like, honestly, you guys would probably be there's a ton of groups that have people there with
I don't
This is like all flags.
Half of my school out there, they all, they literally live in the woods. They live in the woods and they do things in the woods. It's like, they're all flags.
So I'm just wondering how you okay.
Like everyone that wasn't a pothead going into.
Really?
This bill has no bearing on any.
It's also like getting to
And so there is no certainty.
like.
I have no idea.
Numbers.
What do you mean up there? I just
Yeah, basically, the mechanics of it would be, which direction you go. And then we'll have to get it designed as a bill.
I did.
Yeah, she was telling me the other day.
Yeah.
Maybe.
They don't
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay.
Sounds like you're 2 years before.
Yeah, she's taking a temporary
Rob's not here.
because of
The worst case scenario is all that like work.
I was church
And then it's just like,
that's kind of.
make sure.
Oh, really?
Talk to them and make sure. And yeah, that's probably. We would just go based on whatever.
Yeah.
We don't have to go down to start until we're ready, until we get and we know what we're paying.
Perspective.
That being said, I don't know how soon they'll be able to get to another.
That's unfortunate. I don't know how to say it. Was it the or was it
As long as you know what you need to do, we're gonna be good. So I feel bad that
Yes, which is which actually,
Oh, it was tabled because
They never had it. Oh, yeah.
Wait, refuse to take it.
I would have, you guys
Are you gonna take it out?
All the magnetic. I'm gonna go with the one.
Yeah.
That's good thing we wanna avoid that.
They can, when we're
I heard about that.
transfers to departments,
Dude, that's fucking great.
all they have to do is.
And the road is like, that's like.
From one person.
Yeah, for that.
When there's.
Yeah, yeah, I think I had it
Physical,
as well.
You're responsible, right, so it doesn't,
Is this bill?
no, like I should, like, he would have it.
When you was this year.
So he's right.
And the problem is when you add.
Honestly, it could have been a department transfer for
You'll survive without a table.
Yes, like, apparently he started
And the dolly ones, like the dolly.
Apparently, right, that's like most of the actual procurement, yeah. If they're taking care of procurement, logistics, then the MOU can go into effect as soon as
So you're saying I've dedicated the first grade. That's what I'm saying, like everyone said that.
Oh, so you're right.
Yes.
Neighborhood that.
Yeah. September and yes. Now, you should be able to.
It's like a 15.
Historically, with these things, you can sort of provide insurance.
There's nothing really in the bylaws that limits your.
Yeah. But in that case, you really want to make sure you have your like.
What are you getting at? No, that's you.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
The reason why is because.
They still work in health. Yeah, these guys.
And ask questions, or there's a lot of opportunities.
There's a lot of stuff, yeah, so that's.
Yeah, it's, nah, you can. About this stuff, the only reason why I'm like so locked in and vocal is because her, all done, and Chelsea, and mine, like, they have great ideas, but they're all weak. And they're perfectly fine with just like leaving things as is or not fully considering the impacts of them. I might be leaving too. I don't know the results of this election. I might be gone too. Yeah, it was 8 people for 3 positions.
Wait, really?
It
That's
was
actually,
8 candidates
told
for
me
3.
that last week and I was shocked, because I've not been following anything and I was like.
And it's 1 ticket with 3 people, another ticket with 3 people, and then
It
each
is
try
good.
to turn our own.
And I'm
So,
really
come into an interview.
one of the first change that they would put neighboring, commuters at 5 or something, right? Like, I think.
Or not to go from there.
So like, wasn't there like
Just student loans, those are
like 10 slots?
No, it's a real shit, I came back, I was like, I kinda wanna see you.
You know, so it's 10,
Like my last
slots.
TV.
Would just cut off 10 people from, like, how did that work?
I think this would be for next year. And to be honest, we should all be against considering into elections this time around.
Yeah.
The more people speak about it, the better, because
I'm not gonna
it's
take
good
the
to
whole
talk
time.
about elections.
I voted against it.
I voted, yeah, voted to down, like, we should not talk about it right now, cause like, it's still on.
We haven't even done, exactly. We haven't even talked about elections.
Exactly, like, we can.
I wanna see some of it. Also, my girlfriend's at acapella practice.
That's what.
said last week.
That's what they said.
No, she was at the math building, so I don't have anything to do until.
The what?
No, she's at the math building, but I don't have anything to do until she's done.
When is she done?
They have to give a notice of 48 hours.
10:30, 11.
And they have to have a.
Oh, wow, you could have front row seat.
That's the
That's so fun.
advisor, gov board, EC.
I would not be here if I didn't have to be.
Yeah. President.
That's fun for you.
Technically, you're not supposed to admit that as speaker.
Manipulate it.
We're in committee of a whole, it's fine.
Like, has that Bernard done like the decisions that?
Wait, has the amendments have started though, right?
If that's true, that's so stupid,
Like,
cause that's just like.
The non-problematic ones have been approved, but we haven't dug into the controversial ones.
It's money under the table in the form of food.
It's done. And the thing is that
We have-
the person
have,
that was using it
Wait, I'm
has
gonna
already
come
had
over
a
there.
stick
What
with
happened?
the SGU.
The BPFA
The other day,
more money?
there's a Nick Marks, who was already thrown out of SGU.
Whose idea was
So now,
He like forged signatures.
Oh, yeah.
It's going up to 75%. There's like a whole thing 2 years ago.
Oh, that was what it was, right?
I just,
Or what,
that he was like passing.
oh, did she, oh, her was her editor?
like, was it like with the Christian? Yeah, holy shit, it's like a crusade.
You know what, we
And
needed
then
a,
also,
we needed a name for this.
well, and this one too.
I mean, I think it was like.
That's like the crusades again. They actually keep them in the.
That's
I'm literally so bad.
Last year,
Yeah, I'm actually bad.
Bro, that's crazy.
2 years ago, it was called table read because of something
I
to
think adding more
But he
responsibility on.
literally forged people's
They
signatures
reflect-
on the petition. And then the
This should
DBK,
speaker
I don't know.
pretty
I
much
don't know.
always.
Yeah.
The DBK, people started contact, the DBK contacted people on the petition, they said they never signed it.
This is us. No, it's my grandma's and your token white friend.
We're all loud.
How about the Steelers quarterback?
You're welcome. Entertain.
We're having a good time though. What are you having?
I'm having.
A bad time? Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Whose fault?
God damn it. Once you get I'll have to fine. Deep breaths.
You too.
I've been having a good time.
How's the voice doing?
Terrible.
Yeah.
It really sounds like you've been yelling at people all day.
That's what I said at Cat to Cat. I said, sorry, I've been firing people all day. And then nobody laughed.
Oh, yeah.
Because they can't make jokes about hiring people.
Yeah.
Going to do games, you have to straight face so hard just to not.
So I think what we decided is not adding in there, that was so. I'm not adding anything from what student affairs want, because I've resubmitted my spending form, I've redone my justifications on ChatGPT, that's what Pranav said, dude. He's the one that said it to me
What did I say?
I actually have an SGA ChatGPT with all of our memory docs on it.
What are
It's nice.
like shitty?
Yeah. Is it Shelly?
But
I think her name is
But
Shelly.
I think they track you, and I think they track whether you're asking about assignments. So
Who the fuck would use that?
well, that's why
An
I
idiot.
That's exactly what happened.
No, our fucking
You're
user.
supposed to use it for UND resources, not for UND courses. Just go to the free ChatGPT.
You asked how long I've been here since fall 3. So.
Too long.
Not longer
I got
than
you
you.
beat by 2 years.
Girlie got accepted to UMD and she was already an SG.
I joined at the end of my freshman year, and I was like,
I have
well, Nick Marks was like, okay, I was like,
Say no more.
you would make a great legislative. He thought that in the way that I was going to be elected, and I should.
The cause of our downfall.
And then Caroline was like,
Well, because it's technically, yeah, Eric
was
was
Everyone keeps saying that, they literally said that in my, like, that is so, like.
yeah, so I applied.
Who's that? Who's that?
And I voted against you because you were that weird girl from RHA. You went through a hard.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, look at how many hikes you have.
Whose
are those?
Hours of hikes.
No, technically, it's technically, I mean, here's my thing, so I'm eating fours. I'm eating fours. Honestly, that's a little bit on that. You know, I tried all the flavors and I know right now for my personal taste.
The way you smell those
You just showed up and actually, listen, I'm like, right? You just showed up. I'm actually, okay, so I have to finish, I have to finish my math. And now I require like analysis on each math apparently. And I have to write my 20-page paper.
all tonight?
Yeah, basically, because my draft is actually already finished in section, and that's due tomorrow, 4 p.m. Or not tomorrow, so it's Friday at 4 p.m., but I haven't time to But, yes. Now I could probably like, sorry, we can't go. So, yeah, so I'm not doing all that, because I'm really trying to do it anyhow. So, the all-nighter is just like, oh my god, that's what I got.
Okay. Well, that's fun.
I know, so this is my sense of Celsius today. I think I'm cooked. You need to be careful. I don't think I'm cooked.
Look, that's actually crazy.
I haven't finished, I don't think there is more.
Alright, we can go.
Alright, I'll be doing this. Nothing to do with it.
That's all. Because it's gonna get worse. So,
Just all around, look at every aspect. Just I know people keep to be honest, I don't think I actually
You're allowed to leave?
Oh, but you're me.
Are you an officer? I was wondering. Are you not the officer class?
I want mine. Oh my god.
Wait, actually, you are at it. Oh, it's
I was actually about to crash out when we were talking about it. That was actually like completely started, and it's all.
Police know that like you're not just like some. If they ask, I'll be like, he's there.
Yeah, that's the one day I didn't go.
Good times.
Yeah.
Loki just went. Okay, great.
I went.
Do you want it? I was actually.
And I was like, if I said yes, I was like, yeah. And he was like, no, you're right. No, she's not. He was like, oh, you're fine. I was like, where are you from? He was not me. This is like an actual time. 3 days, like, I was like, I don't know.
Okay, let's start getting back to our seats, please.
I suppose not exactly how that I'm like, that's the part that frustrates me. Like, I've had constituents asking, like, oh, are you coming back or not? Like, that's a barrier.
Please resume your seats, please resume your seats, we are a little over.
We hit the cup.
No, you can just, no, if you can't get to do this,
Hey everyone, just a friendly reminder, just want to make sure I get everyone's attention. If at any point in this night you need to head out and it's like really urgent that you head out, please make sure you let Ledge leadership know. In order to pass these rules, we need to rise and report and get at least quorum.
You need to have quorum all throughout this.
Yeah, we need to have quorum. That's a good point. We need to have quorum about this. Quorum at the moment, we have 34, so quorum is 18. Quorum is 18. So if we fall at any point below 18, we cannot pass these rules. So it's fine if you need to go, if you really, if you have
Just resign. Just resign.
Oh no! Oh, that's where it came from.
If you have
Oh, that's where just resign came from.
I'm just kidding.
If you, hold on, if you have a legitimate reason for leaving, like you have a commitment to be somewhere, or you need to be home, or a commuter, or any legitimate reason to leave, like, please let us know before you actually depart. Cyrus, thank you for letting me know. Alden?
Okay, hello. Okay, so we're gonna be moving into our discussion portion of the evening. So I just wanna stress that with that, we're gonna be really good about giving everyone a space to speak. And that if you wanna speak, you have to raise your hand and speak up because I can't read your mind. And I don't wanna move on and then have to circle back because this is really loud. Anyways. Raise your hand if you're listening to me. I love that game. Okay. This is just like really loud.
Here, how's that now?
It's better. Oh, okay.
You're welcome.
So, starting off with our first discussion point, we're right back at the top with the constitutional amendments. We're at the 2000.
Why are you running like that?
You literally just scurried. That was a scurry.
Everyone give it up for Leonard.
Okay.
This door is open.
So, we wanted conversation about that 2,000 number and also potentially seats shall not exceed more than 5 seats per constituency. May I ask what was the wanting for discussion for anyone who wanted to discuss this?
Oh, it was the decision between making the residential communities all based on 2,000 or making all residential communities 1 and codifying that OC is 2 and off-campus commuter is 3 because we'll never get accurate numbers with test 2. So if you guys want to decide on that. I don't personally.
I would love thoughts and opinions so we can get to a resolution.
It's imperative.
So Reese, I remember you discussing this earlier, and I feel like the 2-3 is a solution we can get to if needed, but we need to figure out, this is probably gonna take a while if we do this, but I'm just simply suggesting as an idea, if you don't have to, feel free to attack me on this.
Did you say attack you?
Yes. No, it's just like, if there's a way we can sort of, like, if there's a sort of a way we can like sample people, like, sample off-campus students, like, even if it's not like a full survey, like, I mean, like, statistically, like, just get a random sample of a certain number of students, and then if we could, it's like, do you, like, live adjacent to campus, or do you, like, commute from somewhere else and, like, park on campus? Like, if we just have a short questionnaire like that, and not give it to everyone, but more so just have a representative sample, like, would it be possible to extrapolate that?
I see what you mean, I don't know if that's the most feasible, I'm also working for things that we can do tonight. Can I hear other thoughts? Did you have your hand up before?
Yes.
Do you want me to go with someone else?
I'm not. Yeah, I'll go first. Great.
I would just say the one thing about having each on-campus residency is 1, and then you said 5 total?
Yeah,
Like,
so the only
for all
one that
of
actually
off-campus?
exceeds 2, but the only one that actually exceeds 1 is South Campus Commons. They're the only one that gets 2. And then the other ones, it's kind of just whatever IT, or we decide in terms of OCN and community.
Right, and you said 5, like, total off-campus, like, off-campus neighboring plus commuter. I would just say that if we know that the number here is 12,000 on campus and 19,000 off campus, that it would be wholly unfair to off-campus residents that they have at large less representatives than the total of the on-campus reps. Like, we could do like a fixed number, I just don't think it would be fair for it to be an imbalance like that.
Just to respond, can I respond to that?
Yeah.
So, to go off that, if you open a spreadsheet, and again, I apologize for my voice, I'm anyway, if you go into the spreadsheet, it has what the numbers are. Realistically, the on-campus numbers are not gonna change. You can't increase the amount of beds or the amount of rooms in a residence hall. Those are what's been like prescribed to these areas. With that in mind, per the 2,000 number, the amount of OCN and commuter reps combined would be 10 by the 2,000 number. So we could allocate it on the basis of that and do like 5 OCN, 5 commuter, or 4 and 6 or whatever. If you guys wanted to keep it to that, we could do that. I will just say that's a lot in terms of like expecting commuters to be in. This year, the amount of commuter reps was 10 to 2 OCN reps, which is just not accurate. Like, I think we can all understand that, like, that's just not accurate. There's no way that we only have 4,000 off-campus neighboring students. So, with that in mind, I think it just should be codified, because it just doesn't make sense to go off of numbers at this point. Because all we're gonna do is just be asking our team for a number, and they're gonna give us an unfeasible number, and we're gonna have to interpret it. So, I don't care, I think that's a fine idea, I don't care. But I think you guys should think about what that number, those numbers and those distributions should be.
So, was I getting the vibe that people are in agreeance with the numbers here? Or did you offer something else?
Well, the numbers on this are just for academic, aren't they?
Oh, I was looking into the spreadsheet too, I wasn't sure.
Where is the spreadsheet?
It's linked right on the top of the next page in a.
Oh, okay.
I think just as a compromise, and we've talked a lot about this in CBL, and I think we came up with a great resolution, is to have it proportional, 2,000 for academic, and for residential, no less than 1, no more than 5. To be.
Well, that doesn't get at this problem of like, that doesn't equate to the amount of students who are off campus.
I thought off campus we said it was 5.
No.
But how, and I thought we were.
Azan suggested that we limit it to like 4, and then we were saying like, why don't we just limit it off campus? But if you are doing it representatively to the amount of students who are off campus, there should be there should be 10. So that's why Graham was trying to say that we should pick a ratio, and then every year reapportion on the basis of that ratio. But that also means we would still have to go off of test studio or like off of the university's database, which is not accustomed to SGA's delineation of what's in this residential or that. Off-campus neighboring versus commuters.
You wanna go? No, yeah. Okay, well, no, you go.
It doesn't necessarily touch on the issue that we're talking about completely, but just the idea of, could we potentially strike the separation between neighboring and commuter and just make an off-campus seat and rather like create a ratio between this amount of people in this seat have to be neighboring, this amount have to be commuters? Just because the numbers we're getting from campus aren't accurate. And just to make sure both groups are being represented, because they're gonna have overlapping issues because they both live off campus.
Did you have a thought as well?
That was basically what I was gonna say as
Okay.
well. That I was gonna say as well, because if these numbers are right, that 12,000, people live on campus and about 20,000 live off campus, that is to say that there should be about 10 off-campus representatives. And I think, I agree with Lynell, that probably a better resolution for this would be to just kind of get rid of the difference between neighboring and commuter, because like I'm a neighboring, person as well. And I feel like lots of the issues that we have of like neighboring is pretty much the same as commuters. Since I do commute to campus ultimately, and all neighboring people commute to campus too. So I'm not sure why there's a distinction between neighboring or commuter.
Can I get a quick just check on, I know someone mentioned a cap, do we like a cap on the off-campus or no, just to start off? So who likes a cap on off-campus seats? And who doesn't like? Okay, I just want to make sure, because I know that was mentioned, so we're not gonna consider that. So we're going fully proportional with no cap, right? That's what everyone likes? Go ahead. You have a thought?
Lewis, can you just move up to the, sorry, my laptop is dead, so I can't look at it.
Sorry.
Lewis, you're fired.
It's been a long day. It's been like the,
Lock in.
this has been like the perfect SGA storm.
Okay, thank you. You wanna go Paisley?
Yeah, I just wanna say, like, in my mind, the way I see the difference between off-campus neighboring and off-campus commuter is that off-campus neighboring, like myself and other people, we exist on we're within walking distance and we tend to be on the bus routes. So we have prepaid transit, whereas commuters often have to pay for parking passes and drive onto campus. So, not saying you guys need to do this or even have a conversation about it, but it may be worthwhile in the future to consider, instead of differentiating off-campus neighboring and off-campus commuter by like address or zip code, but instead doing it by whether they're on a shuttle bus line or a metro bus line versus whether they need to pay for a parking pass or use external transit. Just the thought, but that's how I see the needs being very different. Where like being in the View, I have a prepaid bus that shows up every 10 minutes from 8 to 5. Whereas if you live in like Greenbelt and like one of the like non-bus route areas, your only option is to walk 20 minutes to a bus stop or get a parking pass.
Okay, then for my next, just quick temperature check, can I see raise of hands of who likes the separation of commuter and neighboring on ledge, you know what I mean? Who likes keeping them separate? And then who would rather have them together? Okay, more the first one.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's seeming like more people prefer keeping them separate. So I think what we should go off now is more just the numbers of it, right? Because I think that's what we're more debating on. So do we like, can I also, sorry, one more question. Do we like the 2,000? Can I see like a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Do we like the 2,000?
For which one academic preferred?
Just overall. You can also add something if you'd like them to be separate, but my question is just overall. Okay, there's a lot of overwhelming agreement for the 2,000 overall. So it's sounding like it's just down to the numbers then, essentially. Yeah, he has one?
And again, this is all like apportionment stuff, so we can always come back to this later. But what I suggested earlier was, anyway, I knew it was gonna be a long-term thing anyway, but it's probably the only way we can realistically get an accurate representation of who's neighboring versus who's commuter. And part of the reason I want to, as a neighboring student myself, living in an off-campus apartment, there's a reason I want to separate neighboring from commuter, because Paisley mentioned with the T&I perspective, on the bus lines, I also, because many off-campus neighboring students have to deal with the issues of unaffordable rent here in College Park. So there are just so many different kinds of issues that of course, commuters have their fair share of issues, but it's just, like, neighboring and commuter are gonna have two vastly different bodies of issues. So that's why I feel like they should be separate, but again, the numbers, because I don't think everyone's gonna go into Testudo and do it, it's gonna take a lot of like, it's gonna take some sort of sampling extrapolation.
Okay, sorry, I was just gonna ask,
Dang, you guys are all throwing stuff at me.
do you guys, are these like opinions or like solution type comments? Because I think right now the problem is that the off-campus commuter and off-campus neighbor are not proportioned correctly due to Testudo addresses, but we're in agreement that there should be a cap and it should only be 2,000 per person, correct? We're on the same page with that. So right now we're kind of looking into how to, oh yeah, no cap, yeah. Okay, let's go, who haven't I heard, I haven't heard, wait.
Did you already vote really fast on whether they should be separated or not?
They like them separate, yeah. Let's go, I don't think, oh my god, I don't think I've heard from you, right?
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
So in terms of solutions, so we voted against the cap, but I can't remember, there were like, we proposed 4 options in CBL. I can't remember what they are, but I will say like, okay, if we don't have a cap, I think just having, then I think making residential and academic seats like having different standards is probably the only way to make it work.
Okay,
So,
let's go, I think. Let's go show.
This is more of just like a general question to what Paisley said. Do we have like information based on like what percentage of people commute via like shuttle via Metro bus have parking passes? Like, is that all stuff we can get from DIT or?
We can get numbers on the amount of people who have parking passes, but when it comes to whether they are like doing visitor parking or using shuttle really the only way we determine ridership is like motion sensors, not by UID or anything like that. So we can get parts of that data, but not the complete set that I think you want to differentiate on that.
Go Diego.
Honestly, I think that the better solution is that, so we have the numbers of the amount of people who live on campus, and we have the numbers of the people who live off campus. So we agreed that there shouldn't be a cap to this since, those numbers fluctuate, so it wouldn't make sense to cap it off at like, I don't know, 8 or something like that. So, since the numbers fluctuate, it would be, in my opinion, the solution that could be a good thing is that 19,000 off-campus residents implies that there's about 10, not commuter, but 10 off-campus residential representatives. So, couldn't we, I was gonna say like 4 off-campus neighboring, 6 off-campus commuters? Just, or to go 5-5, I'm not sure.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, and it can be reapportioned, like as, the numbers fluctuate, like maybe, let's say in 2028, long after all of us are gone, like there could be like 10,000 on campus and like 22,000 off campus. That number should be able to fluctuate, so it could go up to, that would be what? 12 off-campus representatives, or if it actually goes down, it could be like 9 or 8. You could basically just proportion the number as, that number goes with what, I don't know, vibes the best, cause yeah.
Because part of this is also to tell like the elections commission also has to do it, because they're the ones who also look at the reapportionment. So it's like, also imagine like this is elections commissioner looking at this, figuring out how to do the reapportionment in the fall as well. Did you want to add something, Susan?
Yeah, just like 2 quick things just to keep in mind. One, like you said, we are adding a lot of new buildings, particularly like off-campus neighboring residential buildings that can raise rent prices or decrease them depending on how they rent control them. And then also keeping in mind that we already have a retention problem and a recruitment problem, just trying to get people interested. So I don't want us to set a number that is too high, that the coordinator of R&R is non-stop going through recruitment and interviews all year, every year. Not saying that we shouldn't have a cap, I do think a cap would be great, but just kind of keeping it reasonable to how many people we can staff and effectively have participate in our meetings.
I haven't heard from Malcolm yet. So you go in there.
So is the cap back on the table or?
Can you use the mic? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He said it's the cap.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like we're talking about cap or no cap.
I guess, do we wanna do a revote on
Well,
that?
can I ask that?
Yeah.
Okay. So realistically, based on the numbers, right? The absolute max that even on campus we can accommodate as per like this whole thing is like roughly 12,000 students, right? So with the 2,000 thing in mind, technically, a lot of those smaller representatives already get more than what they're supposed to get because they have like 500, 700, which isn't even close to 2,000, right? So we're already over-representing residential in that sense. With that in mind, the amount of off-campus is about 20,000, which is not gonna change because the amount of on-campus beds that we have does not increase unless we add a new building, right? Does everyone understand? Does everyone like agree with that, right? Okay. So with that in mind, I think we should cap the amount of off-campus and neighboring to 10, but cap that internally, that the max that you can allocate to either off-campus neighboring or outlying is 8. So either way, one has to have at minimum 2, and the rest can have 8. And you guys can every year kind of like reallocate however you feel is necessary. Granted, I have no idea how you would do that because IT can only tell you who's off campus to some extent. And then you guys would kind of have to be, right? Is that true? Or would they be, are they able to separate between what's 2740 and what's outside that?
I think they could do it by neighborhood.
Okay, so we could do that. We can do it by zip code.
I think that's the way they're doing it.
But that's only if they update their address.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying, is that we put the cap so that regardless of whether people are actually updating or not, that we've limited to a number range. I don't really care if the number is 8, you guys can pick another number than that. I'm just saying that that's what's on there.
So let's do
does that make
another,
sense?
let's do another temperature check of raise your hand if you wanna look at the cap again, like the cap option. Who does not wanna consider the cap option? Not everyone raised their hand, so I was expecting there to be more of a.
Do you guys want cap per constituency or like cap for off-campus?
I was thinking off-campus specifically only. Is everyone on that page? Oh, so can you raise your hand if you wanna consider a cap just for off-campus? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, then who does not wanna consider a cap for off-campus? Oh, okay, yeah, that's the overwhelming. So people, okay, so this body is not in favor of a cap. What's the? Yeah, because everyone here's already spoke.
Okay, so looking at how many seats we have right now for residential that are on campus.
I'm listening, Leonard.
No, don't worry, I know. At the moment, we have 12 seats that are on campus housing in terms of representatives. We have 12 seats that are on campus. Right now, before any of this stuff that you see had with the 10 and the 2, we had 8 seats. So if you weigh that, 12 representatives on campus to about 8, 12 out of, if you add them together, 12 plus 8, that's 20, right? 12 out of 20, that's about 60% are on campus, and about 40% are off campus. That's the current ratio. Everyone with me? The current ratio for on-campus representation, on-campus reps is 12 out of 20, that's 60%, and current representation for off-campus neighboring and off-campus computer is 40%. I think that's pretty fair. Do we think that's a fair ratio, or do we think that one should be higher and one should be lower?
Hayden hasn't spoken yet.
I was just wondering what the actual ratio is of the student body.
We won't know.
Well, of off-campus to on-campus, we do know that.
I think
it's 12,000 to 19,000, so there should be realistically more off-campus, at least, at minimum. Everyone should agree to some extent that off-campus should have more than the on-campus students.
And I will add that trends have been showing that on-campus residency has been kind of trending down a little bit, and if they move to moving forward with a bunch of like our strategic planning, and they have to shut one down to put in like AC or something, that would cause a drastic change in the benefits.
Thank you.
It's subject to change, so I would recommend that you all reevaluate this frequently.
Out of curiosity, so we've established that the ratio, at least in my opinion, is wholly unfair to off-campus students. And also that each residence hall representative sometimes represents like a way less than the portion 2,000. Are we at all okay with like merging some of those? Like,
So from my understanding.
out of curiosity, I know that this is probably like super unpopular, but like, I would say
What I was
it's
just
very
gonna
different.
explain was that the way we got our legislative residential seats was from Res Life. Like when Oakland became its own community on Res Life, that's why SGA gave them their seat. I see what you mean, like that's kind of why it's unproportional because each residence hall gets their own, but that's just in accordance to Res Life from my understanding.
But you should have told us.
Yeah. Does anyone have any like solution-driven comments?
It doesn't usually break.
Each community.
I mean, this is kind of a solution.
Each
So I don't want to interrupt you.
I have a solution. So it sounds like this is something we need to work out more with IT, more with the student body, and it relates to next year. So my suggestion is to take this off the omnibus for this year and move on to other stuff, considering it's 9 p.m. I think that this is an important issue, but I don't think we'll solve it today in one night because it involves IT, more conversations, more discussions, and it doesn't sound like we're anywhere close to an actual solution. So my solution is to take it off and move on to the next thing.
I second that, follow up with the next T&I director.
Yes.
Okay, can I get a raise of hands who agrees with Leonard that this can be revisited at a later time with the new legislature?
Wait, guys, we could have done that 20 minutes ago.
Is someone taking notes / minutes right now?
The doctor's questions, but I've also been yapping, so.
You know what, I haven't been yapping.
Yeah.
They stand, but they just do it.
Okay, we're moving on. Okay, guys. So moving on. Did I say circle back because another section had 20 business days?
Correct.
We're gonna circle back again because we're gonna have to do that. Okay. No discussion. Discuss further. Okay. People wanted to discuss the trainings further on page. What page is it?
This is the bylaws,
On
not the
third.
constitution.
Can I explain super fast and then go to the bathroom and come back?
Yeah.
Okay, so the COFA training used to be a thing that was codified, but nobody did it. Arguably, when we got into the legislative appeals, they did not understand how deliberations occurred, nor did they understand the importance and the significance of COFA. With that in mind, I decided to add it back because I think it's important. Also from the perspective that you guys also have student groups that are representative of your constituencies, and they come to the office to ask you guys questions, and 9 times out of 10, we just refer them back to the VPFA, and realistically, there should be some sort of understanding between you guys and COFA of what kind of somewhat of those expectations are. Legislative budget training appeal and governing doc training, and honestly, even student group training, all of them are just some extent we talked about in ethics, just not codified in the bylaws. Maybe not the student groups training, and not the COFA deliberations.
I can elaborate on this as well.
Really fast, go.
Oh, just if you have any questions of examples on why these are important, let me know, but I'm not going to say them if you don't need them.
Did you ever not?
We're gonna shove. No, I'm just kidding. Shove was just talking to a student group and then he asked me to help him.
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna ask you like that. I kind of just remembered, but I know it's part of the bylaws, but does the elections commission, is it required of them to do governing training?
They do it with Williams, who's their SGA advisor,
Okay.
because they're supposed to determine constitutionality.
Is that codified in the bylaws?
Your district does a retreat as well. I don't know if it's in the bylaws, to be honest, but it's a William requirement, I would say.
Also, I do love that question, unfortunately it doesn't pertain to this, so if we could table that, although it's an important thing, if we could table that.
It just reminded me of that, which is why I brought it up.
Important, but I appreciate it.
Does anyone have an objection to these? Is that something that people are wanting to talk about? Go ahead.
Okay, we can have the mic. So basically, so for oh, is it? Oh, right.
Okay, so for, this COFA deliberation thing, so apparently it seems like we did it like last or 2 years ago, whenever it was like a thing. So, maybe a better way could do it, maybe just be like, we lost like a recording of a deliberation period and do a quiz on it.
Well, is anyone in, well, first off, let's just see, well, can I see like who's in favor of that? Cause if no one's in favor, we're not gonna discuss it. Okay, so no one's in favor. I'm asking is anyone objecting to any of these trainings? Because if we're not, that means we're in agreement, and that means we're gonna approve it. Correct? Everyone's good? Okay, thank you. I love comments, but I also wanna use our time efficiently, that if it's just positive, then we don't need to do that. Wonderful, approved, wow, we hate that, okay. Next section that was approved. These ones that are commented.
So everything in section,
Representative appointments we have discussed.
but everything in the buckets, so 1, 2, 3, 4, including the sponsorship of the election.
Oh, that was already, that wasn't before.
Okay, so now I have discussion by representative appointments. This had to do with legislative interviews and proxies that are eligible to do legislative interviews with R&R legislatorship. Maya has a comment.
I do have a comment. Personally, okay. I don't want to go into a long story, but we can if needed. I think TLDR, I think it's better to have more people available to do interviews, as many people available as possible, because of how hard it can be to coordinate the schedules of like 3 specific people at one time. So the more options we have, the easier it is to get through the interviews in a timely manner and get people appointed. So that's it.
I do hear that. I don't agree with the fact that legislators should be able to sit on legislative interviews. I think that's a huge problem.
Legislators, what do you guys think about that?
Just imagine for the people. No, seriously, I think it makes sense for people in exec because that's a different branch, that's a different perspective. I think it's weird to give one legislator so much power in their fellow legislators' interview. You guys already have the ability to ask questions and vote on them during confirmation. Legislative interviews are supposed to remain legislatorship business, and if they need to pull someone from exec, I think making it exec is okay. Directors maybe not, but I think it makes sense to not have legislators sit in other legislators' interviews.
Graham looks like he wants to jump.
I'd like to make 2 points. One, if I'm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alright,
I was trying to speak a bit louder.
Over there.
It's like we're all a bit tired.
2 points. If I'm not mistaken, proxies are at the discretion of legislatorship, no?
It only says cabinet and executives per bylaws at the moment.
But up until that, yes, they do have discretion. Like they can pick which cabinet members.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I mean,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you would pick which
throughout, oh, I thought
leg
you meant like
members
everyone, no, yeah,
would go.
throughout them.
So it's not just like any leg member. You guys would pick which one.
Yeah.
So it would most likely be someone with more experience who you guys trust. Just like to make that one point. Also, the EVP is not a proxy because they are currently outlined as one of the people who can conduct the interviews. So effectively, by getting rid of executive leadership and cabinet members, it just removes the president, the DPFA, and all of cabinet from doing ledge interviews. So I would just like to, again, make the point that the EVP is still on there, which makes sense. And I don't really think it's necessary for, I don't think it's right for cabinet members to do, or VPFA honestly, to do ledge interviews. That's just my opinion.
Okay, let's go, Chris.
Yeah, here's my thought. I actually think it should be exec and cabinet being the proxies, and legislators should be near these interviews, because at least, well, we're gonna have our own internal agenda regardless of what way we're gonna all be pushing something, and it's better if that agenda is from a separate
branch for us to approve or disapprove rather than us like controlling the interview process. That's just my thought.
As someone who has been called on to proxy on these, I think it's a conflict of interest that you have exec commenting on who should be allowed in another branch, given that we are supposed to be checks on each other. And also you cannot assume that every director has experience. Currently, I believe I'm the only director with legislative experience, so realistically, you can't expect that every year you're going to have enough people with the schedule to be able to interview people for a position they've never held and have never read the bylaws for.
Let's go Diego and then Maya.
Is there not a way to outsource this so it doesn't have to have a conflict of interest? I see what you're saying, like, if it's exec is doing it, there's.
You're asking I
But it
appreciate
comes
that
in
you're
class
asking
doing it
another
all.
person to know our bylaws though.
Judicial.
It seems that maybe the judiciary, since they're always kind of like distant.
I don't know what your experience is with them, but I don't know if it's very representative of what it's like to be an SG.
Alright.
Which is not to say, I love like them, but.
Let's go Maya next.
This is the TL, not the DR, just the too long version of what I was saying before. So,
yeah.
Let's everyone listen.
So the way that we have the system right now, just to be clear, is the three of us or some combination of us and or the EVP sit in on the interviews and give our feedback to each other and like determine who we think should be appointed. There have been a lot of cases, especially with an application season that was as busy as the past one, where we had like days of multi-hour slot like sessions of interviews, and that's really, this is just purely a logistical argument. It's really hard to find a bunch of like a bunch of times when everyone's available and when all the interviewees are available, and then coordinate all of those things together. So my argument in favor of not striking executive leadership and cabinet members is mostly based on trying to get people appointed as efficiently as possible. I feel like some of our cabinet members are incredibly knowledgeable former members of the legislature, and it's like, they're technically in a different branch now, but they do know the role, and that's up to the discretion of the leadership as they see fit, if they think it's appropriate for that person to like offer guidance, or just to be a warm body in the room, which is often kind of how it happens.
Thanks, Maya.
No, not you, but other. I'm joking. Yeah, the 3% requirement is a thing I was also gonna bring up, but maybe now's the time. Was that the time? Yeah, I'd also like to, while we're on this subject, propose, if not getting like, okay, if we're not going to not strike the executive leadership thing, if we're going to strike, so true. No, that was helpful. If we're gonna strike that, then I would suggest as an alternative that we drop the requirement of people in the room from 3 to 2, just so that it's still,
Only on the basis of that, it's an even number, so if you guys were split, there's no way to actually like determine who, like if they should be put up or not. That's the only,
say that again?
Because it's only 2 people, so if you had a deadlock,
yeah,
there would be no third person to say yes or no. That's the only reason that I would say
wait,
no.
That is the thing that I feel like in my head made a lot of sense in theory going into the role, and then in practice over the course of having all the interviews ended up never happening. Like we never had a deadlock, and generally the way we never had a deadlock. We had disagreements, but we never had a deadlock.
You have 3 people,
but
so you can't have a deadlock with 3 people.
Yeah, we never had a, yeah, but the point is, I think.
Stayed a lot.
Yeah. I think my bigger point is that the way we at least had it for ourselves was we would all discuss, but the ultimate decision lay in R&R's hands, like 2 votes out of 4. So, and like deadlock, like there were times that we disagreed a little. But I feel like honestly we compromised and figured them out. I don't know if we ever like.
I'll just do a clarification of like, kind of what you're saying is for me personally as speaker, I felt that I wouldn't be able to defend them at a confirmation because I'm speaker. So that's just like my clarification of why I like would abstain some of the time, because I wouldn't have been able to like defend them at certain points versus Maya and Leonard be doing that. Just also, sometimes there was 3 and it could have been deadlocked. It's always like a possibility.
And a follow-up on that, before we move away from this, is that, because of the way it is now, where like, there's 4 people and we need 3 out of them to be present, there were often a lot of interviews where like, one person in the deliberations had been missing and they actually didn't know the person. So it ultimately ended up being like 2 people talking in practice anyway. And it would have just been, like I mean, like if we had an interview that was like Chelsea, me, and Gannon, and Leonard couldn't be there, and then Gannon wasn't there for the deliberations, then it would just be me and Chelsea filling Leonard in on the interview. And we had like extensive notes, so we could like discuss these things. But do you see
Actually,
what
arguably by the bylaws, that would not be allowed, but in the sense of every way it's ran before this year. This is the only year that it's been that cabinet and executive are the replacements. Every other year prior to this, it has been other legislators, and as a previous R&R, the only thing I had to do was sit there and explain to them how the interview process works, and trusting that they are supposed to be members of the legislature who also want the betterment of the legislature. I just don't understand, as in terms of this year, I have legislative experience, Paisley has legislative experience. That's not indicative of anyone else on the cabinet as it stands, besides maybe like Lindsay. But those are all on the basis of me who like appointed them to that. There is a very real situation where, especially this year, and I'm not saying this to like nitpick at anybody, somebody who has no legislative experience comes into president, and somebody who has 0 legislative experience comes into the directorship position. And they are thrown into interviews, and they have no idea what the realistic expectations of your roles are. And then they are putting people up to your.
Let's do a temperature check, because I feel like we've gotten a lot of good opinions out. So let's just see where we're all at. Who is in favor of striking, let's start with this, striking executive leadership and cabinet members as options for proxies? Who's in favor of striking them?
Wait, for proxies?
Yes, so proxying for leg interviews, who's in favor of not allowing executive or cabinet members? Who's in favor of allowing executive and cabinet members? Okay, yeah, that's an overwhelming majority. So at the very least, we're keeping them. But then, may I ask, who's in favor of adding legislative representative members of the leg branch also as an option? Yeah, it'd be discretion of our.
Wait, can I ask a question really fast?
Yeah.
So does that mean directors can deny being part of an interview?
Yeah, always.
Yeah, because my concern is it is not part of our job, it is an extra thing that we have to do if someone else can't be there. And I'm happy to help out the legislature, but there were some times where I had to be called in like 24 hours ahead of time because someone could not make it. And that kind of screws up my schedule sometimes.
Cap has free will, they can say no. So let's see
Awesome.
who wants to add ledge members, let me see that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Who's not in favor of adding ledge members allowing proxy? Okay, so from the way this is heading is that we're allowing exec, cap, and ledge members at the discretion of legislature, and obviously people can say no. We're trying to get into a resolution here. Yeah, they would be able to. Questions?
I'm gonna suggest something. Could we cross off exec leadership? Could we cross off exec leadership but include cabinet members, just because legislators have to work with cabinet members, and I think especially this year there's been a lot of talk about a disconnect between the exec and legislators, and at least they can make sure the people that they're helping to interview and appoint in could potentially be people they want to work with, because directors do have to work with legislators.
So your proposal is to get rid of executive but keep cab?
Yes.
Okay, can I see those in favor of that? Who's not in favor of that? Okay, So it seems, okay. So, okay, just because there's not really any other avenues we can go, it's going exec, cap, and ledge members at the discretion. There's not really like, everything else was denied at this point. So what are the kind of questions or comments are these? How about, let's have Sally hasn't spoken.
Wait, I don't have anything to add, I'm just saying, if you're gonna speak, please use a mic, I'm
Oh.
taking all the notes, it would just be really helpful if you could just.
Oh, thanks, Queen. Okay.
Okay, Queen.
So are these questions
It's kind of like this clause.
Yeah, we're not gonna pay attention.
adding?
Yeah, I can, so would it be possible to maybe say yes to legislators, or legislators, but ones who have been here before, say like someone who's been there prior?
So yeah, that was kind of like the discretion portion, like perhaps, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Would it be worth to write that down?
Leonard,
Yes.
write that down.
That they have to
The
have.
fact that it's like up to the discretion of like ledge leadership, doesn't that kind of nullify that as well? Because like I mean,
Yeah, the
I mean, I feel like the ledge leadership would probably choose that anyway, so it's not
Yeah.
really tying anyone's
Yeah.
hands, but it doesn't hurt to have it there.
I mean, anyone's allowed to propose language, like that was Aiden's proposal. And then if someone would like to propose a more like structured, that's fine too. Go ahead.
Senior legislators, that's.
This is separate, but would we be okay with saying, that legislators that sit on an interview have to abstain during the confirmation vote?
Are people in favor of that? Okay, I'm so sorry, we're not doing, I don't think that's popular. We can figure out stuff. I'm sorry. So we're adding. Okay, hey guys, so can I just get a final thumbs up for all cabs that and pledge be included? Can I get a final thumbs up on that, just because that was kind of the compromise that I think we came to? Awesome. Okay. Can everyone look at Leonard's language up there and approve that really quick? We do.
What did you just put that at the end?
That's what
Sorry.
So imagine discretion at the end, we're good, we can move on. Thanks everybody, how fun it was, okay.
Where are we at?
Is everyone having a good night?
Everyone's having a great day.
I wanted to suggest something, but we have to go back to standard for demonstration.
Is it something that's gonna be popular?
I think it, maybe, I don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't know, okay. So I
Can
think
you please use the mic? Thank you. I'm sorry. It's just because Sally's taking notes.
Sure,
And she can't hear all of you.
Okay, because we kind of just added in a large group of people who could potentially conduct interviews, I just feel like we should go back to the training, and where it says diversity and inclusion, also include like implicit bias, so that people kind of have training on that before they're conducting interviews, just to make sure there's not to think about people that they're like vegan. It's kind of needed, I think. Go ahead.
So would that mean only cabinet members who have received that would be able to do, or exec members would be able to do that interview?
So then do we have to do a training every year?
Those
I mean, it
trainings
would just be within the DI training, it already specifies, so make sure that training also includes implicit bias, because that's part of DI, but it might not.
I'll say a lot of like those type of trainings that we have is from guest speakers at GBM, and sometimes the timeline of those isn't always so early. But I'll say like a lot of times they come from like this coming, which they were able to come from the year.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all are too
This is
close.
the first time I've seen the exec get so involved other than the
Sorry.
Sorry, guys, this has never happened.
I like that idea, I don't know if that's the piece to be the thesis in practice. practice of like why it happens, but I still like implicit bias being there. Yeah, I like Univ stuff.
Okay, did everyone? I said raise your hand if you're listening to me and you raise your hand. Did everyone hear Linnell's amendment there?
Yeah.
Everyone heard it? Can I see all those in favor? Okay, that's an overwhelming majority. Do you mind adding that in that section?
Okay.
And leaving a comment for me to look at and we'll circle back. Okay.
So with that in mind though, really fast, that means whoever legislative leadership, like they have to, like, it can't, historically what it is it's just Micah or some other group coming in to give like a presentation, they would have to specifically like specify that it's going to be implicit bias training, and they would have to do that before they do ledge interviews. So nobody would be able to do them over the summer.
I think we didn't include the rationale that it has to be before the legislative interviews. I think that was a point that was brought up.
Just like have it
But
a possible training.
So you would have interviews without having the implicit bias training. But that defeats the whole purpose of having it. You can have interviews without being.
The entire point of
Well,
that.
let's see.
Potentially get them because it's within our
It
bylaws
was
and that is
approved.
necessary training.
It was approved.
People.
Yeah, Linnell's adding it and it's approved. So let's go, let's continue on. Next up, we have the appointees, wait, that was approved, sorry.
No, we said legislative, it should be legislative.
They wanted to discuss it being coordinator of
yeah.
recruitment and retention specifically.
Okay. Is everyone on line D with, or letter D with me here? Lewis?
Wait, they wanted to discuss it first, Leonard.
Oh, sorry, I'm on my screen. They wanted to discuss it.
If the appointees who are confirmed must be trained or given supplemental materials to complete their roles within 5 business days of confirmation by, it was originally just coordinator of recruitment and retention. They wanted a conversation of adding legislative leadership. Can I see those in favor of adding legislative leadership? Is everyone paying attention?
My computer's dead, I just see it on the screen.
Okay, so that doesn't seem.
Can you not, like, delete it first so they can see how it was supposed to be? Like, the argument is that it should be legislative leadership. Or the argument is that it should be the coordinator of recruitment and retention.
Yeah.
So we can add it, like, after they vote on it.
So can I see those in favor then who just wanted recruitment and retention, not legislative?
And
leadership?
parliamentarian.
Oh, and parliamentarian. So no one voted for like either.
Wait, no, we want the legislative one.
No, it's a vote. Not everyone wants that.
Can we explain?
So, just so you know, this past year, orientation and training and all the materials and ELMS was not handled by these two people. It's a collaborative effort between the entire ledge leadership, and constraining it to two people, especially a position that doesn't come around until the start of the year, it makes no sense. Parliamentarian gets confirmed at the beginning of the year. R&R, along with the rest of ledge leadership, is responsible for coordinating all this during the summer, so they all have an equal stake in the materials. So constraining the giving out of all these materials to one position makes no sense. Like, and it actually won't happen. This rule will be violated a lot, just so you know, because ledge leadership works together in passing the materials. Go ahead.
So why don't we just say it within 5 days of confirmation by ledge leadership?
By ledge leadership. How do we feel about that?
Temperature check?
Look at that. Oh.
Okay.
Wait, so really quickly, what would be the separation between who's responsible? Because realistically then, if nobody was trained, who would they hold accountable? Would all of ledge leadership then be recommended for impeachment if somebody wasn't trained?
Don't be recommending.
I'm serious, but I'm being
I don't
serious.
like that. That makes me scared.
Procedurally doing this.
Well, procedurally this year, like, we split it up. Like, I did governing docs, Leonard did bills, I did
other stuff.
So I feel like, but we should get a temperature, can I get another temperature check of how you guys feel about that being ledge leadership?
But like in response to that, you're expecting like one person to do all of this work until we finally appoint a parliamentarian, and that's gonna be 2 people. Like, I think it just makes sense to do ledge leadership and have it split amongst them. Yeah, if that's how it operated this past year, why not just continue that?
Yeah.
As a previous R&R, I trained them on literally everything. And the parliamentarian was the one who trained them.
We're a team.
Can I, really fast, can I get a show of hands? How many of you were appointed this year? How many of you got trained by Leonard specifically? Only Leonard?
I don't know.
What? It was just like.
I'm just asking.
Let's let Alvaro have the floor. There you go.
So, my point to be like against ledge leadership is kind of tied to Reese's in that we have a distinct role on ledge leadership dedicated to the recruitment of legislators. And so if their job, their title is recruitment, it is their responsibility. And to her point as well, in terms of accountability, that is the person that shall be held accountable. Maybe we can arrange the 5 business days so it's not as strained on that one person, but at the end of the day, that is their job, that is their role. That is the distinction that the legislature voted them to do.
Let's let Chuck go. And then we'll get to you too.
To that point, I think I can agree to some extent. I think if you also maybe say that if it's a lot to have like, you know, just these 2 people, then you could say coordinator of recruitment and retention, like or parliamentarian, and then or speaker pro temp, because I think it was helpful that like Leonard like ran everything by me like for like a full like hour after the like GBM that I was appointed, because if he's the person facilitating like you have to do XYZ things like as a legislator, I think it's really helpful for the speaker pro temp to be one of the people that is doing the orientation or whatever that says.
Alright, let's have Maya go and then we're gonna do a temperature check.
I agree with that. I think a lot of things that new legislators have to do, like the committee appointments, office hours, those are all things that are coordinated by the speaker pro tempore. So it does make sense, like Chuck said, to have them in that room and to have that be partially their responsibility as well. Dude, you are on the full screen. Yeah. Well, the parliamentarian I think my point is not that this shouldn't be the job of R&R. I am anti-codifying it as if R&R does not do it for every single person within 5 business days, the R&R will be impeached or can be impeached for failure of their role, because I think that is an unrealistic standard for us to hold future R&Rs to without knowing their situations in advance. I think that we're a team and that we all get to decide together how we're gonna break up our time and who it makes sense to do that. Like, who has time. And if we're trying to make this organization more livable for people and trying to make these roles more like acceptable with work-life balance, then I think we can't keep doing things like this where we threaten people's positions because they were busy or they had something else going on in their lives 1 week. And they wanted to pass something off to their team members who were willing to take that role on for them, is my point.
Can we hit the or? Can we do like or instead of and?
Oh,
Can we do if unable?
let's do? Oh, I see what you mean, okay.
Yeah, like if the R&R is unable to
Yeah.
complete this for whatever reason that is deemed
I think
appropriate.
that's a good compromise. Do we like?
If unable, this role falls on these 2 positions.
Oh.
That should be like, obviously, we always have emergency.
As designated.
I have a super quick question.
Something was filed too.
I have a super quick question. So, what do they mean by the parliamentarian giving a Roberts rule training? Cause like,
That's in the bylaws.
Okay, so when we as legislators, when did we get that training?
I gave it because we didn't have a parliamentarian at the time.
So it happened
In the
during
fall.
retreat?
Mhm.
Okay.
And then some of the older fall ledge members, we did one in the office after GBM, and I think I did the governing docs as well.
I remember that, yeah.
Does that make sense?
I remember.
You remember?
Yeah, we went all to the office, we went on the TV, we were always like, motion to that.
Okay, thanks. Okay, wonderful. We're moving right along. We're doing so well. We're moving on down because I can't find the next discuss. Okay. So guys, the next discuss we had is in the event of a vacancy, the speaker pro tempore shall temporarily assume the position. And then it kind of added some new procedure for that. I know that's something we wanted to talk about was, does it want to be the most senior member of the legislature? Do they want to be in a different process? What were thoughts here for that?
It's coming back, don't worry.
Okay. Really lost for a sec.
Okay.
Do we agree that re-election must occur within 5 business days or at the following general body meeting? Does that sound? Okay. And then that part's agreed. And then can we discuss, do we want it to be the most senior member of the legislature, approved by a simple majority? Do we want it to be someone else? Thoughts, feelings? Go ahead, Leonard.
Where are we? Personally, I don't think it should be the most senior member of the legislature, because just because you've been here the longest doesn't mean you're necessarily familiar with this position. So I think it should either be the R&R, because they're part of ledge leadership, or it should be someone from like the EVP or something, or someone appointed by the EVP subject to the confirmation. I don't think it makes sense to pick the most senior member, because that makes it seem like, I don't know, that's just my opinion.
Can I have her compromise?
Yeah.
The coordinator of recruitment and retention either nominates themselves or appoints somebody and is subject to the confirmation of the legislature.
What do we think? Thumbs up? Thumbs down? Thumbs up? We approve.
Look at that.
No, you can write it, Leonard, thank you.
Wait, what?
You can write it, Leonard. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Okay. Let's the next discuss. Approve.
We're on page 8.
No, I meant like they're automatically nominated, so like they would still have to be confirmed by the legislature.
Okay.
Table.
And this is only if the pro tem, because the legislature should always have to be sent over who is governing them.
Very true.
We had a big spurt of approve. That's
As a
fine.
former ledge member.
Maybe nominated in favors. Maybe nominated by default.
Okay.
Otherwise,
So correct me if I'm wrong, the next discuss section is section 2 incumbency requirement on page 14 of the doc with the graph. Are we, does that make sense? Thanks, Kevin.
14.
Okay, and then this was this the one that Leonard liked? Yeah, it was, okay. This is the one, representatives who have continuously served is changing to at least 10 weeks, and this allows for retroactive evaluation of individuals coming into their seats in the fall. Who wanted to kick off this discussion? Go ahead, Steve.
Scroll down.
I'm sorry, I'm trying.
No, you're so good. I was like, my computer's down.
Lewis? He's fired.
He's fired.
Yeah, I thought he was already fired.
What page?
He's fired twice. Who wears a hoodie in a building?
My big decline. If I had a nickel for every time that happened.
I'm so sorry, actually.
Okay, so does everyone understand this amendment? First off,
What page are we on?
this is page 14, and it's titled Section 2 Incumbency Requirements. So can I just get a thumbs up on, do we understand what's happening in this amendment, or do we have questions?
I can explain it again if you like.
Jeez, okay. Can I get thoughts and feelings then, because this was a discuss more topic?
I have a question. Which part was more discussed? Which part?
The whole thing. Go ahead.
I remember there being a bit more of a. I remember there being more of an emphasis on the cumulatively throughout the year. We kind of spoke a bit about that because didn't you see that ethics reports are turned in fall, or something like and then how would you do it cumulatively that the year of ethics reports are only for fall, if you're trying to account for the entire year?
Yeah, so what I meant by that is that when we submit ethics reports for EC to look at, they're usually due by the beginning of the spring session. That's when EC comes on and ethics comes on, they start reviewing all this. They're usually only, dang, bye Cyrus. It doesn't make sense to.
Are you asking, so essentially Leonard as pro temp is required to send in like a report of everyone's attendance to ethics in the fall in order for eligibility of running in the spring, essentially?
Yeah.
We don't send one in the spring as of right now, but this would be adding, like we would send one in the spring, so we could retroactively look at incumbents who not only served in the fall, but let's say you're appointed right at the beginning of spring, then that would consider you like in addition, like another level of incumbency, so that people who are just appointed in the spring would be held to the same standard.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Am I right?
Yep.
Okay.
Her.
Bye.
Bye, Leonard. Thank God.
And so the cumulative is that since spring would be added on as like a report, it would be cumulative from the fall.
Got it, yeah.
Does anyone have additional like opposition?
He's gone, guys.
He's not.
I hope he heard that, no one.
Alright, let's go through the rest of them right now. Let's do them all right now.
Are people liking this then? Like, is that why there's not much comment? Is because people like it?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Good.
Look at us.
This will be fun for the people next year.
None of you are safe.
Okay.
Do we want to talk about the legislative committee thing? Or is it party? Mr. Mancuso. Wait. Up.
Wait, which one?
Damn. Anyway. Just a little bit.
Wait.
A little bit.
Oh,
There you
this. Oh, wait. Wait, did I miss it?
Okay.
I see.
If I can speak really quickly on that. The only times that we do that is when we are anticipating a specific bill. That is extremely discriminatory in my opinion. I think we should be keeping it all year, but at the same time, the person who keeps it is the data analytics person in the office of the Vice President of Student Affairs. And it is not their job to go through and check the UIDs for us every single time. It's just not. It is. And that would mean that we realistically next year should be keeping everyone to checking in by their UIDs and scanning their UIDs all year, every committee, all the time. And one thing that I will add is that it has been extremely disfranchising for some people to have to go to 2 committees, especially during Ramadan, where some students were actively trying to break fast and could not be allowed back into the room because they were trying to break fast. And we had the policy that if you left, your vote didn't count anymore. Granted, that's on the basis of what the policy of that year was. Again, my voice is awful and I apologize. But I'm trying to convey to you that being in committees is not indicative of the whole student body. Those are only the folks who can make it to that meeting twice a year. And if people are skipping class to be at those meetings, or if people are doing other things to go out of their way to be at that meeting, it is not representative of the rest of the student body. And that's not to say that they shouldn't have a role in our legislative processes, or that they shouldn't have a voice in what we do, but it is to pose to you all, I don't have an amendment for this, I am just saying to you all, realistically, it is discriminatory the way that we go about it, and it is not uniform, and that if we are going to do this, we should have a uniform way of doing so, in a way that makes it most accessible for everybody, and that's kind of why we have the student concerns form, because you don't have to go to a committee to vote, you can put in a student concern. But at the same time, that is all the commentary I will give on it, unless somebody asks me a question. Sorry, yeah, that's it.
Mic on, okay. I guess.
No more mics.
So can I just see like a raise of hands of who would like to dive into that at this time? Can Can I see those who would not like to dive in at this time?
Ask what are you gonna like dive into? Because
Okay.
all we're seeing is
That's
no,
fine. Not
it's just a thought or consideration, there's nothing to add, there's nothing to take away from it. So
I would argue it opens up a lot of conversation and debate, so that's what I mean by dive in. Like, is this something we want to debate at this time, because I'm sure there's a lot of different opinions about it. So that's what I'm asking, if you guys think it's worth bringing up and like debating right now. Does that make sense? Go ahead.
Wasn't this about to make it 10 to 1 to we can make it
Wait, sorry,
it wasn't this a policy before? Oh, this
It's a new policy for this year, like,
Hey guys, let's try to keep the chatter to minimum just because I'm having trouble hearing. And also, can you use the mic?
Wasn't this a policy already put in for people already this year?
Oh, you mean like in the fall?
Yeah, like, I don't know, like, too many people, like, if it's coming from one committee, and within the general body, that they were come in, so I'm just confused on what is going on being proposed.
There's no proposal.
Okay.
I'm just saying that like,
It's something to
I think we
consider.
should all consider the fact that we have this rule,
Okay.
and it's not applied uniformly. With that in mind, there's a lot of feasibility issues with applying it uniformly without overwhelming the office of the vice president of student affairs. We just don't have the capacity to do that. But that's all. I don't have any specifics.
Okay, then I'll ask one more time, if we understand more. Is this something that we want to get into today in this current omnibus? 1, 2, 3. Who does not want to get into this today during this session of omnibus? Okay, okay. We can always revisit it once we get through more stuff. So let's just get through what's written down. Huh?
I was still hungry.
Is it about that?
But it's,
We're moving on. We're moving on.
We're moving on.
Oh.
This is a request to the people who did want to talk about this. I'm open to talking about it, but if you guys have ideas and want to write language so that we could bring something back to revisit this later, that's my
That would be helpful.
request and suggestion. So that there's something more concrete to talk
Agreed.
about.
I'll really quickly add, we're the only school in the Big Ten who allows other students to vote on committees. Other than that, that's the only factual statement I will have on that.
I think the next thing that we're getting into is, because everything else is dependent on how we vote on the rules committee. So we're gonna head there, which is page 20. And it has no prior language. It's a new subsection C, the rules committee. Is everyone there?
Do you want me to explain it, or do you just want me to read it?
Do you guys want an explanation? I'm getting 0 engagement. Huh?
someone's like being murdered.
They're doing a performance.
They're doing Macbeth.
There's nothing to worry about.
Don't you guys have a
Yeah,
Can we defund theater club
Can I
for
just
like
see-
Wednesday nights at 7 p.m.?
Can I see a raise of hands if anyone wants like a further explanation on the rules committee? Okay, so just, can we get thoughts then, feelings, discussion surrounding it then? Go ahead.
It's kind of the way we already operate, just by the number of legislators that show up consistently. So I think it's valid, and I think it would just bring us in line to our current practices.
Okay, so you're in favor? More thoughts, feelings, or do we all agree? All agree, all nods? Okay.
Can we see it on the board?
It's it does go extend like 1 page, so we can start like, you gotta keep going.
She's on page 19.
No, 20, back. Yeah, back. And it also goes on to the second.
I slacked after because I was probably smart. I wanted to have my kids.
So wait, so okay, so the currently existing constitution is bylaws?
He's back!
That was a little loud.
Okay, do you want to use a mic? Okay, Diego's gonna use a mic and speak to us all.
Okay, so the currently existing CDL committee, that is open to the student body, correct? And with this new,
Well, technically, it is also a little bit subjective to the chair. They have discretion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so technically it's open, but it's at the discretion of the chair.
It's like semi, yeah. It's semi-closed.
Okay.
But again, like, the chair could decide to make it open.
Okay, so with this new language, it's basically moving it into a specialized committee. Does that mean that it is completely closed now?
Go ahead, Reese.
No, it actually requires that all officers are able to attend. Speaking rights are determined by the chair. The other thing is that parliamentarian is automatically the chair. I'm sorry, my voice is really no. Parliamentarian is automatically the chair. With the way that this committee functions, they would have to vote in a chair, so it provides more flexibility. So the parliamentarian is not the most well-versed person on that. Somebody else could be the chair. But it still gives everyone the opportunity to vote, and it gives at-large seats. So technically, all 3 seats could go to other legislators. Or they could go to one per branch, or it could go to the legislature, one to whatever. It's up to the composition of whatever. But it doesn't preclude anyone from being able to propose amendments, and it doesn't stop anyone from debating amendments. And also realistically, legislators are the ones that vote on them at the end of the day, and they're also able to propose things on the floor, whereas other people can't. So it attempts to add kind of an equity sense to the whole CDL process.
In that case, I agree with that.
Can we try to minimize side chatter just a little bit, because I'm having trouble hearing even with the mics. Yeah.
I agree. I agree with the amendment.
Okay. So it's seeming like we're all in agreement. Can I just get a thumbs up, just to make sure, so no one claims that I didn't ask? Okay, cool. Okay. Moving on, we got a lot of approves in a row. Oh, our next is, oh, you're right, go back to approve the other things, you're so right, okay, sorry. Anywhere that was like contingent with like deleting constitution and bylaws because of the rules committee, are we all good with that, because it's just like?
Yes.
Okay, because this is safe goal, okay. Then I believe we're heading on down to, wait, I lost my spot.
We want to discuss the petitions and state
I think they approved that.
Oh, they did?
The 2 business day, yeah. I think the next one is petitions and referenda and petitions to the student body on page 25. So can everyone meet me at page 25, please, at the bottom, starting with petitions and referenda, petitions to the student body, and it's striking all previous language to add this new language and new procedure for petitions. Can someone give me a raise of hand if you wanted an explanation of this amendment? Or, okay. Okay, so now we're gonna get into thoughts and feelings, and Leonard's gonna, there's a question?
Explanation?
Yeah, explanation.
Okay, so the way that the previous petition language was written is that somebody has to write a bill, and essentially people have to sign the bill. If you are a normal student and you have no real way to actually understand how to write a bill, realistically, the legislature could try to do more than clarify it, as we saw this year. What this does is that it changes it from being a bill to just a normal petition, which is the way that most other governments function, and that it takes 1% to put it on the desk of our body, and it changes it from being on the first reading calendar to being under the presiding officer's sign, because it's not a bill. And it changes it from being a referenda to the higher threshold of 3% of the student body. You proposed this, why are you raising your hand? Anyway, what it also does is it specifies what their residential and academic constituency is, so that you all as legislators understand how many of your constituents voted or signed something, so that in the event that if you scroll on down to the bottom, and it says that the legislature, I'm kind of hopping around here, but if a petition has an outcome, but let's say for example 500 of the signees are from the policy school, I don't even think there's 500 students in policy.
There's not.
There is? Okay, cool. Let's say 500 students in policy sign something. Then the representative who would be assigned to do the viable legislative action reasonably could be the policy representative because most of their constituents wanted it. But at the same time, what it also does is it expands. So what it does, it also expands the percent of people that Gov Board reaches out to. So previously it was only like at least 5%. This makes it that it has to be between 10 to 15%, but the amount that has to respond for it to be a viable position is 5%. So there's that 5 to 10% buffer of people who respond to it. It also has that SLAO and the SG advisor can make edits on the basis of legality and feasibility. So like, let's say for example, we get like a petition that says, let's say we get a petition, for example, that says like, we want a referendum that we should have free tuition. And then we give it to the SG advisor, we give it to SLAO, and they're like, okay, reasonably we can't really do this. So then they change the language. But the legislature has a 2/3 vote in being able to overturn it. It doesn't say that in this like sheet, but it says it in the bylaws because we made that change on Sunday. Anyway, I'm not the speaker, so I can't allocate the floor to you guys.
Are these questions or comments? I wanna do questions first, if there's questions.
It's not a question, it's like to change the language. That's not a big thing. I wanted to lower the 3% to 2%.
Oh,
Because 3% is like almost 1,000 people, and I don't think anyone would be able to actually get 1,000 people to sign on to something. So I recommended lowering it down to 2%, which is about 600, which is more feasible than 1,000, so.
Heard.
Yeah.
First off though, is anyone confused by what was just explained? Okay, do you wanna add on?
This is a question.
Oh, okay.
That, I guess more of a clarification. So I think I asked this in CBL, but every action that's taken with this petition has to be approved by a 2/3 majority?
Correct, if it goes outside, if it goes outside of what the outlined things are, but essentially, yes.
Sorry, if it goes outside, so if someone wants to take this up as a bill, it has to be approved by 2/3?
No, that's one of the outlined ones, so it can be done.
It can just be done no matter what?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's outside of those initial 3 things, then it has to be approved by 2/3. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, do we wanna talk about Diego's amendment? Okay. Did everyone hear it?
No.
Wait, can you repeat what it was?
Oh, no, I
Even I didn't.
I said that we should lower the threshold from
Oh,
3% to 2%.
Okay. How does the body feel about that? Good? Oh, wow, so agreeant to it. Where does it say that? Oh, it's right here. So we changed it from 3 to 2 due to the overwhelming support by the legislature. Does anybody else have any thoughts, feelings, changes to this, or are we good?
Do we want to add a clarification for what happens if the bill fails the committee? Do we want to add a clarification for what happens if bill fails committee?
Committee? Oh, wait.
Does that make sense?
Wouldn't it be like the same as a normal bill requirement type vibe, like you have to approve negative?
That's what I would think.
Yeah, is the body in agreement with like it would go through as if like, if it got a negative committee report, it would need to be overturned?
Yes.
Or you approve the negative and it would die, like a bill?
Great.
Because at this point, it's,
Yeah,
wasn't
okay.
double floor.
Just wanna make, that's a good clarification though, so we're on the same page. So then, all with that though, we are on agreement.
Wait, Reese, you said the 2/3 overturning is in the other doc? Like for overturning like SLAOs or the.
SLAO and the SG advisor.
Oh, that 2/3 vote is overturned. Okay. Yeah. The next 2/3 also.
Brandon, I would recommend that. Just kidding.
first time.
Oh, no, she's back.
For the first time. That's crazy.
Wait, that's to say that a petition could become a bill, or it will become a bill. Okay, sounds good.
You have a representative wanted to take it out.
Okay, so we're moving on to, I believe, section 2, referenda. I think this was only discussed because also the thing before. Does anyone have any thoughts and feelings about section 2 referenda on the bottom of page 28?
128 and 36.
Could we include the part where 2/3 of the legislature could overturn a law recommendation? Or is that already included in the?
Yeah, where was that?
Like, can someone copy these?
Yeah, that would be.
Oh, okay, it's already in the, okay. You guys got that. So specifically with the referenda section, was there any thoughts or feelings about this? You were all good with all the language and the new amendments for the referenda section?
Non-binding or
Can I see thumbs up? Okay. Where's our next? Okay. Our next discussion was the Article 2, Section 1, subsection D on page 30, which was one of CBL's amendments in purple. Specifically with the Article 2 and what would happen in the event that a special election, if neither of the two nominees reach 2/3. I know this said discussed, so what were the thoughts on this one? Were people against it? Yeah.
So realistically, if you guys were deadlocked, nothing changes that you're deadlocked. Like, you would just be thrown into a debate and you guys would be able to speak, right? But if people still just don't agree with what's happening, to some extent, you can just do nothing. And you guys wouldn't be able to actually vote on something. You would have to get to 2/3. Realistically, the way that it works in other stuff is that whoever is the lowest candidate gets dropped. Because if you don't get to that 2/3, the most realistic thing to do is just keep dropping candidates until you get to the one that's most favorable. But I digress. So if anyone wants to argue that, really not one of the most important things.
So I was one to propose this change. We had a discussion in CBL 2 months ago, I don't know. And I suggested making it just a simple majority because the system that Reese is kind of suggesting, where you just, even if it's like a 60-40 split, you just drop the 40 and then you can only vote for one candidate, that basically just makes it a majority vote to begin with. That's what I suggested in CBL, and then the members present, I forgot who was there, weren't that much of a fan because they thought that the 2/3 should remain as the confirmation threshold, and so I suggested this as a possible alternative because the way it's currently written, there is that deadlock that can happen where it's 60-40 and you don't really have a threshold of the 2/3, yeah.
Well, gentlemen, you for a question?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Thank you. So do you agree with the language that's here?
What do you mean? I would prefer it to be a majority just from the get-go, but
I think we have a conversation that executive members of the SGA should have a higher threshold.
Well, ledge confirmations 2/3.
I don't think I think it's a different story when it comes to executive members of SGA.
Because they get honorarium. That's the only
Exactly.
other thing I would.
Exactly, exec members get honorarium. I think it makes sense to have an automatic closed session to consider them, because
They get money.
it should not all be about the money though. I think it makes sense to go into a closed session and then deliberate.
Can I get others? thoughts and feelings on this, because it's seeming like those are two different opinions. Does anyone wanna back one up, offer something new, agree with the current coach?
I would say that I agree with Graham's original proposal that you move into a closed committee and just figure out who gets like a simple majority, like, cause the fact of the matter is sometimes it's just gonna be that controversial where like the candidate's not gonna, like either candidate is not gonna receive two-thirds.
So you're in favor once it gets down to two majority?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get other thoughts, or do we wanna do a vote on that proposal?
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
Are you saying, like, okay, so let's say.
Mike.
I don't have a mic, you have to get So, would that be like the default scenario? Is like if there's two remaining, then you go to majority? Or do we at least try for 2/3, and then if there's two, go to majority?
I mean, I guess, like ideally, I guess you would like try for a 2/3, but I mean, you could put like a threshold, like if you vote like twice and then it doesn't reach that, then you can go to a simple majority, but I don't know. Like someone could propose like some like limit, or like if debate goes for like too long, then you just like throw your hand and give up, but like, I don't know.
So the lower threshold of 2/3 is only in the event that like there's two candidates and it's deadlock kind of vibe, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Thoughts?
I have a possible compromise if people are kind of tied in between these two options. We could do it's 2/3 until it's a two-person race, and then if they're not elected, if it's 60-40 split after the first round between those two people, then we move into closed session. We discuss for a certain amount of time, a set amount of time, and then after that, the next round of voting is just majority. So like there's the opportunity to talk about it after a 60-40 split, but it's not like there's going to be a deadlock after that speech because it would just be majority.
Okay.
So is that compromise just the same thing that's currently written with an added statement that after that closed session, if we're not able to come up with something that's just a majority vote?
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do a vote on that. Did everyone hear that, or do I need to reiterate? You heard it? Okay, guys. Then let's do a vote. Who's in favor of Graham's amendment? Placard. Okay, can I see all opposed? Okay, cool. Okay, guys, is everyone on the same page? We just passed that amendment. We're moving on. Awesome, okay. It is new. Oh, it's new? Alright, guys. Do you want to introduce it? Yes.
Oh, we're there now?
Yeah. Okay, guys, log in. We're getting a new amendment alert. Introduced by Alvaro and Linnell.
Alright, sorry y'all, I know you probably dislike the fact that we added an amendment, but based off the conversation that we had today, it is needed. So essentially what this amendment would do is separate the role of coordinator of recruitment and retention. A lot of our conversations today have been focused heavy on appointments, and that should not be what we're focusing on. We should be focusing on retaining the elected legislature. And so if that's not been happening, we need to separate this role to make sure we're focusing on retention. And so we are proposing separating the role to where it would be the coordinator of recruitment would stay, but we would create, you can help us with the name. I don't know if it'll be deputy of retention, directed retention, something like that.
Coordinator of retention.
Hey,
Coordinator of retention.
Coordinator of retention, I guess. But in the sense that we thought it would be kind of serve as a deputy to the coordinator of recruitment. You can say no, we could talk about it.
Basically, they'd be like the second in command with, the coordinator of recruitment would be the one delegating responsibilities, and their primary role would just be planning retention events. That's like their main thing, and any other additional roles would come from that coordinator of recruitment, just to make sure the person running recruitment only has to focus on recruitment. We also removed a couple of the required events from the coordinator of recruitment back to that one, just because we felt like they more reflected retention. So the end of year banquet and celebrations would then fall under retention, as well as 2 required events for this deputy.
Let's get into that. Okay, so what's the question? So are you guys basically saying that one would be more important than the other? Or would they both be like equal in terms of like, I don't know, the reason I'm asking is because the word like deputy of, retention or whatever was thrown around.
In the way it's currently written, because of the way where we inserted, they're both considered like leadership, they both have equal power. The reason I just said we put deputies just to say that they're working together, and largely because the original role of recruitment and retention had that retention component, this new role would then be receiving a lot of their responsibilities from that original role. But I feel like as it kind of continues, likely they'll become more separate, and one of them will gain more power, but it is likely that the recruitment director, not more power, but the recruitment director has more responsibilities than retention. That's why it's kind of similar.
Let's go shove and then.
So, just, I guess like, for the question about like procedure, so would this expand legislative leadership to having 4 people, and then how would this change who is on the, because we just talked about changing how like the legislator like interviews work, so now would there be an even amount of people that could theoretically get deadlocked?
You can respond.
So it would be in the same vein as the clerk of the legislature and the parliamentarian, because as it's written right now, both of those roles are in the same section as ledge leadership. So if you want to take those 2 roles out as well, go for it. But it would be in the same vein as parliamentarian and clerk of the legislature, where it's still within the same section of ledge leadership. We have just treated those top 3 as the most important because they are the ones that we elect.
Basically, it'd be by discretion whether or not they're treated like a member of ledge leadership, because based on our bylaws, there are other members who are considered ledge leadership who have not gotten the same responsibilities as y'all three have. Because like technically they are listed there, but they're not doing interviews, they're not doing the same roles. That's what I mean by that. So it's by discretion.
I think I understand your meaning in that. I think that requires a little more work language-wise, because the reason that it's like 3 and then clerk and parliamentarian separately is because parliamentarian has dual roles as a cabinet director and as a member of executive, in addition to being on ledge leadership. It's like EVP. Well, not, all right, well, historically, but
Yours doesn't have that.
it's like, and then clerk has been always like a secondary administrative position that's not a representative. They're confirmed, but they're not here, they're not elected, and they're not supposed to be representing a constituency. They're mostly supposed to be doing internal work. So this would be someone, the way it's outlined here, an actual representative like we are, but a secondary, like a deputy, like the way the cabinet.
They would represent like a support to recruitment. However we want to like name it or title it, just to say they don't have as many roles, but they still operate this separate function.
I'm gonna let Leonard say what he has to say. I might have nothing to say there.
So, as a general practice, when there's an issue with kind of how things are going in ledge leadership, I don't think adding a new position solves that. You already have the discretion to find new ledge staff that could potentially help with this. And R&R should just be held together as a position, because recruitment is right alongside retention. And as soon as you start, hey guys in the back, I'm sorry, I can't hear myself think. Sorry. For that specific position, I think if you split the two components, it just becomes very difficult to coordinate things between the two positions, because a lot about recruitment and retention kind of goes hand in hand. Because as you're trying to like get applicants in, you're also trying to keep people here. So a lot of that orientation and coordination work just needs to be the same person. But I hear what you're saying, and I think that function of like the stuff that R&R potentially can't handle could go to like ledge staff to help coordinate that. But I'm just worried just about splitting the position and having kind of issues with communication, because it's like, was it your responsibility, was it my responsibility? When it's just 3 people kind of running the show, it's a lot easier to plan and organize things. If that makes sense.
I mean, aside from just that, like I just feel like in terms of roles and responsibility, like I understand that R&R seems to be like a lot of work, you know, for one person, but at the same time, I don't think it's justified to split it into 2 just because I don't think there's enough work for 2 separate positions. Like maybe for recruitment that could be the case, but for retention specifically, like there are not that many recruit or retention events. Like I understand that in the past couple of years, like it may have been different, but at the same time, like I don't necessarily think if we had a recruit or a retention event every single week next year, I don't think people would go to them. So like I'm so sorry. Like just genuinely, I don't think in regards to retention there's that much work. So I feel like yes, is it a lot on one person? To do both recruitment and retention, yes, but I feel like there are other ways we can solve that instead of just splitting the 2 positions.
Rishi, did you still want to go?
Yeah, I was just saying that, Alvaro, you're definitely right about, there needs to be I honestly agree with you that there needs to be a greater focus on retention than recruitment, because I feel like if there's better retention, there will be less of a need for recruitment, as we've probably learned the hard way in the last couple of years. Nothing against you, Maya, but
That was so rude.
Retention has been an issue for a while. It's not just
but also like I don't think we'll need to split it, but we'll just have to sort of like realign things to focus more on like to improve retention then. And like sort of because sometimes it feels too recruitment focused and retention gets ignored.
Let's go you and then you guys.
So actually by the bylaws, it's required that there's a monthly retention event. Which means that there is and there should be enough work to constitute having 2 positions. And actually prior to me being R&R, it was a discussion and they were very close to splitting the position. And then after that, and like this is not to speak poorly on Elise, but last year she was unable to retain both being recruitment and also retention. And unfortunately, that's been very similar to the trend this year in the sense that we haven't had a retention event every month. Meaning that, not that you all like, and that's not a dig at you, right? But it's in the sense that like those are that's what the bylaws require. And if those are unrealistic, then maybe you guys should change that standard. But realistically, arguably 1 retention event a month could be you guys just going to the office and watching a movie with Leonard's Roku stick. I said arguably a retention event could be just watching a movie in the office with your Roku stick.
Okay.
But yeah, it goes to the sense that like being recruitment is very difficult in the sense that you're at first look fair, you should be at second look fair. Arguably, we should be doing information sessions too throughout the year for the appointed seats that we have. We should be doing other things for recruitment that are just having an application on our social media, because arguably the amount of people who follow our social media, not that high. And that's not to say that that's the problem for the recruitment and retention. Sorry, Lewis.
Okay.
Love you. But
How about, you finish.
yeah, at the end of the day, I think it's just unreasonable to expect the amount of work that comes out of being a representative and also being a coordinator of recruitment and retention. And I think to some extent, you guys should genuinely consider splitting them. I don't really have like a massive like thing, but I think in the sense of like the past 2 years and what the like trend has been, it makes sense off the basis of that to split it. But that's it.
So I want to offer it to Sally because she had her hand up and hasn't spoken.
No, it's so okay.
Oh,
I feel like I'm not gonna add anything more because we're talking about the same thing over
and over again without a solution.
Yeah.
Before me adding something.
Oh, queen, thank you. Okay.
Just a really quick solution. I think this sounds like it depends on who ledge leadership is next year and how they're planning on functioning. That's all up in the air. If they believe that they need someone else to help them out with retention, then they can appoint ledge staff, and that ledge staff, their designation can be a deputy of retention. But it's kind of weird for us to set the precedent that they need one for next year. If they want to figure that out, they can. That's a really big internal culture thing of ledge leadership, not of the entire legislature. I do hear the concerns about needing a monthly outreach event. I do hear that, but that's something that we can decide. Initially, we had ledge staff. We kind of realized that we didn't really need that. So I think it's a lot of discretion on our part. One. But we kind of realized we didn't need that, so I think we should leave that up for next year.
Let's go, Ben, you haven't spoken on this topic.
I mean, just to comment on that, but I mean, isn't the point of this to expand those roles so that they can do more? Sure, next year they might start with one, but then maybe they'll feel that they can do everything, even though it's not enough. Sure, maybe they'll feel that, what I'm trying to say is maybe they will feel like what they are doing is sufficient, because maybe they'll feel it's sufficient though for one person. What one person can do versus what people can do are very different things. So maybe they won't feel overwhelmed with what they are doing. Doesn't mean that those subjects or recruitment and retention are having the most events that they could.
There's no cap on ledge staff. They can appoint as many as they want.
Did someone else have their hand up? You can go, and then my hand up, and then you guys. Okay, we're gonna go with Zahn, Maya, Mel, and Alvaro. So let's stick to it, and then we're gonna group and recheck. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
So, my comment so it seems that as we talked about, we have the past 3 R&R directors, and it seems like for the past 3 years, the issue has been constant. So therefore, I don't see the issue going away even with ledge staff. So I think instead of doing deputies, if we just completely had 2 coordinators, one coordinator is retention, and one coordinator is recruitment, completely as separated roles. Obviously they'll work together and stuff, but just separating the roles, that seems like the best solution at this point. So yeah.
And then Maya.
I would like to argue a little bit that I'm not sure the issue is the combination of the roles of recruitment and retention. I do think that the distribution of your workload as R&R varies year to year based on the situation in SDA. This year, for example, it was a really big year for interviews, so that ended up taking months. And also, the success of retention events depends on participation from people who show up to them. And then I think there are things to be said about reforming the finance system that we have to support retention events, because as it stands right now, it's kind of broken in a way that forces whoever's R&R to pay for a lot of things out of pocket, which I believe you had to do, and I know Elise had to do in order to.
There's an R&R fund.
There's an R&R fund.
And it's $1,500.
I never got that money. I had this meeting with Pranav at the start of the year, and there was no R&R fund. It was a ledge request with 15 days notice, which was not sustainable for the things that we needed to do. If that would.
Well, they don't have to be paid for things.
Well, let's have Maya go, and then
Yeah.
we're gonna go, and then we can circle.
My point is there were times when that's one thing. That's one thing that this doesn't solve. We can get into the logistics of that later. It is also very year to year, the finance situation of R&R. I'm okay with the idea of splitting it so that recruitment is its own thing. I would argue against then creating another ledge leadership role for just retention, because I feel like that is not a super productive use of a role, is my argument. And also, following up on that, like I said, the split of your workload varies year to year and on the situation. There are times when recruitment matters a lot, and times when it doesn't. And not when it doesn't, times when maybe there haven't been 50 applicants and you have a little more, do you see what I'm saying? Okay. I feel like I'm talking nonsense. Like you have a little more time and a little break that you can focus on just retention events instead of having to do all the other things. So my worry is that by splitting these things up, we would leave potentially a future coordinator of recruitment solo without anything to do for like, without anything to do, but with a much lessened workload to the point of like their role being obsolete for months on end. You can address that as you will.
They can go next. It was originally included that like they would have to assist the deputy of retention, then we kind of scratched it out there, but like it was sort of implied basically just because they're the ones delegating those responsibilities that they would be assisting the deputy of retention. And the two of course do go hand in hand, but they operate separate functions. I think also part of the argument of making retention like an important role is just that sets the culture of the SJ. And that's a very important thing is that we're making sure that we're setting a good culture, we're setting a good environment for people to work with, we're setting a good environment that people want to remain and be a part of it. And that has been a consistent problem. And if we're just operating based on the same standards we've used before, that might not fix the issue we're currently having and have seen in previous years. And also, this language can be changed if anyone else has suggestions on different things.
I think we've gotten a lot of good things. We'll keep going, but I do want to get just a check of like raise of hands if you're interested in splitting the position. Not saying like we haven't figured out the logistics necessarily, like the levels or like the appointment process, but like if you're in favor of splitting them, you can raise your hand. Wait, one. Okay, who's not in favor of splitting them and keeping it as one? Wait, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that actually won by 1. Yeah.
So, first of all, in the interest of time, it is 10:30, we do have more amendments to go through. I think here's a good compromise. We agree that there should be a position that's tasked with this, that's not just like something that we can, I don't know, put like, just create. We want this position because we want to promote good culture in SGA, and we want to make sure that people feel like the retention part is constantly being cared for. Because even if the R&R has all their stuff figured out, it is a big position. They do have 3 things they have to work on. They have to do their representative stuff, they have to meet all those requirements, all the R&R requirements. It is a lot of stuff. So the compromise, I feel like, is to create a deputy of retention that is appointed by ledge leadership in our purview, where they are given the task of fulfilling anything retention-based that the R&R needs. Because this is still a new position, we don't want to limit them to a certain role or responsibility, and I think that's fair to avoid having like an actual confirmed position, to avoid like getting that person in trouble for not fulfilling their task. So I feel like if it's in the realm of ledge leadership and we can appoint them, we can just like delegate what we need to them without having them have an actual like office basically.
Let's go, Grace.
I guess I have more of a question because, like, from my understanding, based on what they said, they're already saying that, like, the supposed deputy of the retention and the coordinator of recruitment, like, those roles will vary anyways. So I'm just confused, like, what the issue is, because I agree that, like, sometimes, like, retention may not be as big of a thing, so they won't have much to do, but then in that specific year, the deputy would just have a lesser role, like, than the coordinator of recruitment. But let's say the following year, if the opposite is true, there's more focus on retention than recruitment, then those roles will be flipped. But they already acknowledge the fact that, like, that will fluctuate eventually, and then as that happens, you'll see that one role might become more prominent than the other, and vice versa. So I don't really see what the issue is with having it be an official role when it's already been a potential thing that, like, it will fluctuate and it will change until they finally see, like, a consistent trend where one is more than the other.
Can I ask a question really quick to specify the amendment? With this deputy or retention, are they also confirmed and elected the same way as like speaker pro tem and R&R, or what it would be recruitment? Or is it a different process? I'm just curious, so we can make sure we're debating the right thing.
We want it to be something that was voted on by the legislature, just so they can make sure the person who's like
responsible for creating the events and sort of setting this like culture that we want is something that people agree with and people want there.
Okay.
Then we also really wanted it to be a legislator, because to Grace's point, there's gonna be times where it fluctuates, so. So for those times where the coordinator of retention isn't doing much retention, there's still a legislator at the end of the day. When coordinator recruitment isn't doing much recruitment, there's still a legislator at the end of the day. And so they're still doing work, it's just they're not doing necessarily their role, but okay.
Let's go Diego.
It was just a comment on what Maya was speaking about, like, it was just a comment that kind of a bit unrelevant now that the conversation has, changed a lot. But I was just gonna share that it's very true, sorry I'm like tired, that there's a very big participation issue for like retention events. Since I remember field day, it was only like 2 of us who actually came out. It was me, Graham, and Malcolm, right?
And we're all the charade.
I think it was literally just me, Malcolm, not me, Graham, and you.
And Leonard.
And Leonard, yes. Wow. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm tired. Like, I literally said Malcolm's name 3 times.
Let's recenter, let's give it.
So that's
Let's bring it back to Diego. Let's bring it back to Diego and let him finish his thought so that we can move on.
So that's basically what I was just touching on, that even if we do like the whole retention position, it kind of seems like, I'm not sure if it's like if it's a cultural thing, like, I'm not trying to like call anybody out, but like it seems that nobody actually cared about going to a retention event, because I'm telling you, it was just 4 people pathetically playing charades by ourselves. It was fun, but it would have been funner if there was like, everybody, so, yeah.
Let me hear from Pragya, I haven't heard from you today. And then we do need to work, let's have Pragya and let's really work to wrap this up.
I just remember, I think it was at the tailgate, I don't even remember hearing about it until like a couple of days before it happened. And by that point, like a lot of us had already made plans. So I just think, I feel like we've already heard Maya speak about how difficult it was for her this year. We've heard Lee speak about how difficult it was for her, and even for Elise before. We've already, I think there's so much, we can debate about it here, but like past R&R people are saying that they had such a difficult time that clearly there needs to be a change in the way it's being handled right now. Like I don't understand how we've debated this for so long when there's clearly been a very essential need. Like we just need to address it kind of sooner because we do have other amendments.
Okay. So let's work towards a solution.
Yeah, can I?
Solution?
Yes.
Yes.
So how do we feel about like kind of the way that we have chiefs of staff and things like that, where it is as needed basis, so that we aren't separating these roles, but if the R&R believes that they could use some extra help to meet that 1 month, like per month requirement for a retention event, they have the option to add a staffer or a deputy, whichever like verbiage you prefer, to help them meet that bylaws requirement, or you guys can just change the bylaws requirement that we don't have a monthly recruitment event. Up to you, but I think like having the option to have extra help would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, can we do a temperature check on this, or do you wanna add one more point?
I just want to point to that.
Okay, you can do one more response and then we'll temperature check.
So, to that point, I feel like that already exists in ledge leadership, where ledge leadership themselves could have taken up that role, or they could turn to ledge staff to have taken that up when ledge staff was a thing.
I would just say it's not their job. Like, it's not Chelsea's job or Leonard's job to pick up R&R if R&R needs some time off or cannot meet that requirement, and it's unfair to put it on them that they have to do recruitment and retention on top of what they're already doing.
Which the same could be argued about legislators taking up that role if they didn't sign up initially to be coordinator of retention.
Well, that could be, like, a staffer can be outside of the org, inside of the org, whatever you want, it's just whoever is chosen by that person. Same way I would choose a deputy, like my deputy right now isn't a legislator. It's just someone that I have to help me manage my workload.
Could maybe like a compromise be that they're, like, it's a deputy position, but they're still confirmed by the legislature?
That was the plan
Yeah.
initially.
Okay.
That's what.
or like more, I think it's like election versus appointment and confirmation type is what we're looking at now. Cause I think we all like the idea, right, of like a deputy retention
Yeah.
position, but now it's kind of how we get there is what we need to focus on. So I guess for the two options, election, like pledge leadership, or appointment to confirmation, and the appointment would be potentially by R&R or ledge leadership.
We should definitely.
Is that it?
Finding them.
Okay.
finding them.
Okay, well, let's let them discuss, okay. Can I see like preferences on those like options that I just gave by the chance, maybe by someone other than Leonard?
Yeah.
Not that I don't like your opinion, I just feel like I know what it is.
She's lying.
It's like when in class, when I raise my hand.
What? Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I do like the appointment idea, I just think the biggest thing in making sure it's in the bylaws, oftentimes people don't ask for help, and you really should require that that person has help, just so that one person doesn't feel like they have to take on all these responsibilities, they have to take on these roles, and it becomes an issue, people are like pushing in, like, get staff, take on help, like, they just automatically have that there, it's not for them to decide whether or not they can handle it, because sometimes there is a shame in admitting that you need help or that you can't take on a lot of responsibilities, and we need to prioritize mental health and make sure people have the support they need, and we should put it in our documents. This goes with setting a precedent where we care about our members, we care about our people, we're not trying to overwork anybody.
Okay, love. So, is that depicted in the language here, right? That,
No, I think it is.
It is?
Good enough, close enough.
Okay. So I was thinking, cause then. Okay, I'm so sorry, one more time. Did you say appointment to confirmation?
Yes, I'm
So
gonna
it'd
edit
be like
it.
the same time as like parliamentary and
Okay.
clerk is
By
appointed.
legislation.
So
Fine, I think by all of you.
appointed by
It's gonna be all of
legislation, confirmed by legislation.
Okay, perfect. How do you want me to repeat it? Okay, so just for everyone to be on the same page, deputy of retention, essentially, it will be appointed by legislature, confirmed by the legislature, kind of similar to like parliamentarian clerk, but specifically for a retention role under the coordinator of recruitment. Does that make sense to everyone? Can I get a thumbs up if we like? Yes, we did it.
We quite literally walked out and the team's not walked back in.
Whatever you want. He gave up, he's done, his job is done.
We do have to be out of here by 11:45.
Yes.
I thought it was 11:30.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we're still gonna 11:30, we're packing up and we're gonna go then.
The building closes at midnight, so shows at 11:45, but we should probably start at 11:45. Granted, one of you guys will have to take the bus somewhere, because the SGA office will be closed.
We can do it physically.
Huh?
Okay, this will be behind doors, this will be a different conversation.
Yeah, keep pushing. Let's
Locking people, locking.
we're towards the end.
Is this new, or did I miss this?
What?
Article 4, Section 3, subsection B, line 1, duties and responsibilities of the election.
I
Did I? Oh, it's new? Okay, I just wanna make sure I didn't miss it. Do you wanna give a little intro?
It's what we spoke about requiring the elections commission to get governing documents training, that's it, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Is everyone on the same page? Makes sense? So I agree.
It's just codifying it, maybe it is.
We have a lot of
And then all of this is.
Okay.
So everyone
I know, it's like,
Okay, so the next thing we need to discuss is we are now on SROs, everybody. We have made it to the SROs, starting with the speaker ability to refuse legislation. We wanted to discuss this, adding a new line for justification. Do you want?
I'll add really quickly, regardless of like what the speaker chooses to refuse, they have to provide a reason to the legislature to refuse it. So it's not just that like unilaterally the speaker can just refuse it. Be like that, you don't have to tell you why. They have to tell you why. So this just adds, like, for example, if you tried to like put in a student facilities fund proposal right now.
Hey, don't tell me.
Sorry, that like, if it was not feasible for us to actually pursue, that we couldn't do. That's the only thing.
Do we have thoughts and feelings? This was a discuss, so did someone object, have feelings about it? Oh.
Wait, give me a second.
We're on page 36 on the closer to the bottom of it. Okay.
Yeah.
So the timing essentially, it's mainly in dealing with like towards the end of the year, I would say. It's like trying to submit a survey on the last GBM when there's no recruitment or research and technology seat for more than a week, you know what I mean? It's like, is it gonna be moot after this point?
Or the other thing would be like, for example, and this is not, I don't think she's here, but this is not to call like anyone out. Like, for example, one of the bills that came up was like to endorse October as Invisible Disabilities Month. Number one, we already did that, but even if we didn't already do that, legislative bills aren't binding per legislative session. So Chelsea would be able to say like, hey, unfortunately we can't do that this year because it wouldn't be binding until next year. So you would have to wait until next year to propose this. Does that if that makes sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, I was looking ahead because things are being added as we speak, I'm getting confused. Okay. Can I get a temperature check, thumbs up, thumbs down, how do we feel? Oh, okay, we're all in agreement, awesome, okay. Do not need to do too much time there.
Are we done with this, or paper person, are we very good?
There's Ben. Oh. It changed the name. Is this? I'm not there yet, there's no about it. Okay, let's move on, let's do this efficiently, effectively. When legislation has been vetoed by the president and returned to the legislature, this is discussing the time between adjournment and the legislative session that a veto can occur. You can start it off.
Okay.
Oh, there's time.
Hey guys, this is my amendment. I'm really tired, but I'm gonna try to lock in because this is important.
Take your day, Cobra. I'm just kidding.
When does
Another Celsius? Sorry. I'm just kidding.
Didn't we ban those?
Actually, no, not yet.
Okay.
Alright,
Take the floor back.
so first I'll just explain like what the problem is that this is trying to solve. So after the last GBM, so this would be next week, if there is legislation on second reading, last year it was omnibus, this year it's not omnibus, but it's happened. The president can then issue a veto after that legislative session. The only way to overturn it would be through us calling a special session. Now, there's not really a better way, that's kind of the only way to overturn it. What this amendment is proposing is that if the president chooses to overturn it after that last legislative session, they have to give the legislature adequate time to actually overturn it. Because let's say that the end of the legislative session is at like 6 o'clock or something, because that's the inauguration. If the president issued the veto at 5:59, we couldn't overturn it. And I think that's an unfair, that's unfair, because at every single other time of the year we're able to overturn it. And I mean, checks and balances has to end somewhere. You can't have like unlimited checks. But I feel much more comfortable with this check ending in the hands of a giant legislature versus one person. And to that, I know that exec is opposed to this, so I will let them.
I'll let you guys deliberate. I'll come in later.
Can I get thoughts from the body then? Oh, you guys are already just ready to approve it?
Yeah. Oh, that's great, okay.
Oh, that was so much quicker than I thought.
I will
Did
add
other
really
people-
fast that like we've had it before where we had all of them.
Are you guys locked?
Go for multiple
I feel like you
days.
have opinions.
Like inaugurations.
We were discussing.
How about, well, I love your guys' confidence, but let's see, does anyone else have any more questions, thoughts, feelings? You guys? I'm like going around the room, so I was like, someone has to say something to this. Oh, so sorry, go ahead.
I guess just could you explain specifically like what the timeline is on like between when vetoes are allowed and what the like last possible time that we could overturn it is?
Sure, so I was kind of like debating. I was like debating exactly how to do this timeline, but I figured that this was the fairest way to do it. So it essentially cuts the timeline between the adjournment of the last GDM to the end of the legislative session in half. So in that midpoint, that's when the president must issue their veto, and in the second half, that's the amount of time that we have to overturn it. I didn't want to give like specific numbers like 24 hours or 12 hours because we don't exactly know how much time there's going to be between the last GBM and the legislative session. Like for those on Ledge next year, I hope that you do not make inauguration the day after the last GBM. So if that's yeah.
Okay, so really fast. As it stands this year, that's potentially not possible, right? Like, let's say we continue our deliberations. Next Wednesday, we would be limited until 10 p.m. tonight, or like till 10 p.m. on Wednesday. Meaning that if we needed to continue beyond that, we would get into like less than 24 hours until inauguration. Because inauguration would be 6 p.m. the next day, right? Does that make sense? Like tracks, like that's less than 24 hours. So between, like, and this is not specific to omnibus, right? Like that was one of the things we talked about, is that as we continue to do things, the only thing a veto can do is revert it back to what it used to be. It can't add anything, right? Like I can't make it a new thing that we now have, like $50,000 that goes to executive reserves as opposed to legislative reserves, right? If you guys propose something and it seems unfeasible, right, like whatever, I would be able to remove it, but the next year's legislature would still be able to like include it, right? So with that burden of proof in the sense that like it would just go back to what it's been, I just don't think that it's feasible to change our processes from the way that it's at every other Big Ten school in the federal, state, and local governments that we have currently, right? And that's not to say that I disagree in the sense that there should be no checks or balances on me or on any president, but in the sense that like you guys have the ability to continuously bring up legislation or continuously do things. And if you really wanted to, you could still have that emergency meeting. And again, I'm not saying you should do this, but realistically, if I put something in at 6 p.m. and you all were at like inauguration, and you're like, damn, this is messed up, like you guys could call an emergency GBM right then and there to overturn it. Leonard is shaking his head, but that is a realistic thing that you could do, right? So with that in mind, right, unless this, like, the reason that even the inline veto or veto thing is like, there was a prior omnibus thing, somebody vetoed the entire omnibus package and no progress was made, right? If you limit the amount of time and you say half, as it stands this year, potentially there would be no opportunity to veto, and then there is no check and balance, right? Meaning that next year, you could do this, and if you guys really don't want to talk about the elections calendar, that's fine. But then you would have to make the elections calendar in line with these rules as it stands currently. So what the recommendation that we talked about was that, and I'm just thinking this time else, is the recommendation that we talked about is that it's talked about over the summer with different stakeholders, so that we actually understand what the implications would be over the elections calendar and over the year, because it doesn't make sense right now with the way that next GBM is 24 hours, if not even less than, because you count that we start at 6 p.m. I would have less than 24 hours to be able to put together a veto, if not even less than that. Like probably less than 12 hours realistically from the time that we get out of inauguration, or the time we get out of like the last GBM into inauguration, which I don't think is fair, because I have to justify my reason for vetoing something, and none of you have to justify yours, in the sense that you could just raise your hand for abstaining or staying or not, and none of you have to actually put together a document that says what you said. That's all that I'll add, right? Like, I think the burden of proof on the president is higher to add those things. But yeah.
Let's do a big temperature check to see if this is something that we even need to keep discussing. Let's do the temperature check saying who is in favor of Ben's amendment. Okay, who's opposed to Ben's amendment? Okay, there is an overwhelming supermajority, so then Ben's amendment will prevail, and then we actually can move on. Is this also new?
Is what now?
That one's.
The update orders?
That's been good. That's been there, but can we just delete it and pretend we didn't have it? I think that's better.
Do you guys wanna guys, I can't do anything without you guys. Okay, look at the screen. Do we wanna consider this change?
No.
Can we do a suggestion to delete?
Wait, bro. Wait, are we not gonna consider it?
They all said no.
I didn't get a chance to read it.
Oh, it's just moving president EVP updates above first reader, but they didn't mean to include that.
This failed.
It failed in CBL.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Y'all's been spraying me down for this, but low-key, what if we move like director updates after the calendar, like how it was before? Cause I feel like oftentimes it's like, oh, is there a director here to speak on the committee report? And there's never a director, and legislators never wanna speak up, and no one can say what was made in committee and what wasn't, like, that way we actually have some clarity about what went on in committee, because oftentimes it's like nobody can actually describe what happened, and directors know best. Also, they all leave, and we're stuck here, I don't like that, I'm a little bit.
Because our job is nothing.
Let's have them, we're gonna have them, but.
To be fair, we do 20 hours outside of this.
Let's have,
Correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't like the whole point of like why we had cabinet updates first was because like multiple directors said, I cannot stay for the entirety of GBM. And so in order to compensate for that, we decided, okay, we'll have cabinet updates first, so we have to come for this amount of time, and you can leave afterwards, because obviously your schedule, the way you base your schedule, is not based around GBM like many legislators are.
Well, the other issue is also that you guys take a really long time to debate things, and so by the time it gets to bills that are actually theirs, it's 9 or 10 p.m. and realistically, like, they should not be expected to stay that long. Like, in the sense that they sit through their committees, they do cabinet, it's highly limited.
We hold administrative meetings, we sit on every advisory board.
And that's also been the trend for the past 2-3 years, like, that's not even on the basis of just this cabinet. We've had it consistently over the past few years, even with cabinet updates being at the end, that not only are they not there for their updates, they're not there for the bills either. So would you rather have it that they're not there for anything, or that they're there for their updates and potentially not the bills?
let's have Graham go, and let's get more voices in this conversation.
I was around for like 4 or 5 meetings last legislative session, but that was enough. No one was there at the end. Granted, it was the end of session, so I think it was mostly after elections. Most of SGA people who weren't coming back next year had kind of checked out. But people didn't really show up for direct updates at the end. I will also note that, correct me if I'm wrong, Reese, I believe technically if a director's committee has a bill on second reader, like they should stay for that bill. They're just not saying that that happens. But
On first and second reader was the thing.
They're supposed to stay for that anyways, so.
I saw Siley's
Granted,
hand.
they also can't control when they have classes at.
No, I'm not saying.
No, I'm not talking.
Let's have Siley go next.
Okay, so low-key my things were kind of taken, but it's okay. Basically what I was gonna say, being from a CAP perspective, we already do so much outside. You guys come to our committees. Also, you're telling us to stay here to say 3 numbers. 3 numbers that most of the time it is 3 numbers. This was like a rare case where it was tabled and then that was it. Which, it makes sense to be expected to stay, but also like, we were already prefaced that like, if we're directors and our bill is like being on second calendar or first calendar, we have to stay anyway. Also, if we can't stay, we have a deputy who's supposed to stay in place of us. There are a lot of things being taken in place, so that shouldn't be why CAB updates should be after second calendar.
Okay, we're gonna, well, I think we should do temperature check at this point, because I don't know if this is going in any decision, blah, blah. Who's in favor of keeping it the same as it is right now? Okay, overall majority of this is
Last one.
Wait,
But then we have to do Leonard's bill.
We still have to get back to
Oh
my god!
Oh my god.
We figured it out.
Guys. we're on the ethics guidelines, we're getting towards the end, okay.
We have 30 minutes, we got it.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna get this done, okay.
Okay, this is the thing
So this was, oh,
this was the excused absences one.
Okay.
Can I give some of them?
yeah, but make it,
Can you also, Chelsea, really fast, just comment approved on the rules committee, like the CBL
oh,
striking
did I not do
stuff?
that yet?
Just so that it's like codified. Sorry, thank you.
What is
Wait, did I not?
Fired again.
Fired, rehired, fired.
You're fired.
Hey, it's a marketable thing.
Reese,
Yes.
Wait,
Did
do
you
we
mean
not,
on the
do we
dog
not
count?
chart or the dog count?
I don't really care, I just told you to edit it, so basically, essentially, arguably, I think what we should do first is temperature check whether we wanna vote. If it's 4 or if it's 3, because that
Oh,
dictates
wait,
whether.
sorry, I was talking about the other thing.
Oh,
The
which-
rules committee, I put approved on the graph, but did you mean on the, like, the actual document?
No, I think the graph is what we're going by, so.
Okay, I put approved under the original discuss.
Fantastic.
Okay. Okay, yeah, let's talk about does everyone understand this amendment with the absences and unexcused absences? Is everyone on the same page about the meaning? Okay, so does everyone understand that this is essentially making, wait, what page, why am I missing? Oh, essentially making it so that instead of 5 unexcused absences being the limit, it's switching to 4 for dismissal and then,
Just to clarify, the language that's currently, so everyone, just to make sure that everyone's on the right page, we're looking at number 4 right now, which is the ethics governing doc. We're on the very, very first amendment. We're talking about attendance. So the language that you see here, this is the executive, this is related to cabinet and like the executive branch. For the legislative branch, we'll be going down to the same thing, also 4 unexcused absences, where 1 is a warning, 2 is a meeting with pledge leadership, 3 is a referral to ethics, and then 4 is a dismissal. So instead of having 5, it's moving down to 4. It's gonna have the exact same language as this one, except it's just gonna, everywhere where you see executive or cabinet, it's gonna say legislature, and everywhere where you see like chief of staff or president, it's just gonna say ledge leadership. Is
I'll
everything?
add really fast, whenever you guys vote for ledge, arguably you should do the same thing for exec. So you guys should just unilaterally agree whether it's gonna be 5, 4, or 3, and just leave it at that.
I think 4 makes sense, 3 is a little bit too fast, 5 is way too much, so I think 5 was way too much. You guys, keeping track of 5 is a lot, so I think 1 being a warning that's sent to you in Slack, 2 is a required meeting with ledge leadership to kind of figure out a plan on like what's going on. 3 is a referral to ethics where they kind of give you your final warning, and then 4 your kick. Go ahead.
I have like one little suggestion, this is a minor thing. Could like the private message instead being email, just cause Slack like deletes, that way it's like, it's permanent, they have the record, and they can bring it up and say, you were warned on this day. 'Cause I think after like 30 days.
90 days.
Timeline, receipts, all good. Yes.
Is this unexcused absences for GPMs, at least for legislature?
Can you speak up, sorry?
Sorry. Would this be unexcused absence for GBMs, at least with
This would be
regards to
for
legislature?
everything, committees, office hours, GBS, we need to keep everything.
We're gonna blank everyone.
But these are like, also these are unexcused, these are like, didn't text, didn't give a warning, didn't submit something, you know what I mean?
Didn't
It's
follow
not
our
excused,
policy.
it's like fully just like ghosted, did not tell us that you weren't gonna be there. Does that make sense?
Graham?
I have a quick question. For ledge, is this per category of will we have to attend, or is it just in total, like?
It's not cumulative, that's not fair. It's separated by each category.
Okay.
So 4, it's also very generous. 4 would be the cap for GBMs, separate, 4 for committees, but committees are combined. committees are combined, it's not for each committee, it's for your committee assignments, and then 4 would be for officers. I think that's fair, because 4 GBMs is a month, and this would also be per semester, not per year, per semester. Huh?
No, but her computer science.
Yeah. Some people did it, but that's crazy.
I'm very good about this.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I just want to note that in CAB, our attendance is cumulative, so just in the interest of keeping everything constant, if we want to choose that it's individual versus cumulative, we should make that standard and set it for both branches, because we have GBM, committee, CAB, any like other mandatory attendance meetings, things like that. So I just want to make sure that we're keeping that attendance equal across branches. In my opinion, I like cumulative, because if you miss, you can miss like 2 committees and 2 GBMs and 2 events, like, and that is a lot more than if you miss 3 GBMs.
It's, sorry, per semester or per year? Because I thought we keep saying cumulative.
Per semester.
Per semester, but I'm talking cumulative as in it's not, like our 80% attendance is cumulative of GBMs, cabinet attendance, and meetings.
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
Cumulative per category per semester.
No.
Cumulative of all categories per
Cross
year.
categories per semester.
To specify cumulative meaning for office hours plus GBMs plus committees, like it's not like you
Yeah, like
can
if you
miss.
miss a GBM
Yeah.
and your office hours
You don't
and
get
a
to miss,
committee.
yeah, you don't get 3 unexcused GBMs, 3 unexcused committees, 3 unexcused office hours, and then cut, you know what I mean? Walk the line.
Especially since you have multiple of them.
Hey Chelsea, can I cut in?
Yeah.
As the person for exec who, along with Ansa, like keeps track of all this stuff, it's, we do keep track, across GBM, CAB, mandatory meetings of which there are not, nearly as many. But, those are things, office hours, we keep track of those things, right? And, it's an 80% standard across all of them. So, it's, as in like, we combine those, and if you average out at 80% or more, you're good.
I think it's the best way to do it.
And that is per semester.
Well, they do like 75, it's just like,
Well,
because that
Well,
would.
right now, we're working at unexcused because it's like, in a, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, because
there has to be a check mark at each thing, like the first one, you get a
yes.
warning, the second one, you get a meeting, you know what I
Because
mean, and the third
the
one.
percentage, you have to wait till the end of the
Right.
semester.
That's more so for like
Transition.
incumbency
Sorry, yes, I'm sorry.
requires. You should have it.
Because like, I guess like my only thing I have to say is that if it's like cumulative, like for all, across all categories, like that's just 1 week, Like I think that's a bit too harsh to do across all categories, because I feel like it's fair, because like, if you have like, let's say 1 week, so let's say something's going on,
Wait, sorry, I'm sorry, there's so much side chatter, I can't.
where something's going on, and you cannot like necessarily provide like an excusable for like your committees and your GBM drop hours. You just miss 1 week and you're like immediately getting expelled. I think that's a bit ridiculous.
Let's let Sally go, because she's had her hand up.
That's what I was
Well,
gonna
as
say.
someone,
Oh, wait, were you gonna say?
That's what I was
Oh,
gonna
okay.
as someone in CAB who has it cumulative, it is not that hard to say, hey, I can't make it and be excused. The whole point is to have accountability and be like, yes, I can't make it, therefore you're excused. You should not be able to have 9 unexcused absences by not saying. That's also a courtesy thing. Also, if you're not going to show up 9 times hypothetically, are you really representative of your constituents? Because why do you need that many to say, I can't?
Yeah. Let's go, Leonard.
I'm gonna piggyback off of what Charlie's been saying. As someone who takes attendance for office hours and committees, I have to say that with this new rule, most of the people sitting here would be out the door. But like right away. Like right away, because if we add office hours, there are people that just have like 3 unexcused office hours. Some people have 2 unexcused. No, we don't need that. But I think, I agree, I think it's very strict. Just in terms of record keeping for that, I think it would be very tricky. I think just the fact that there are so many categories, office hours, GBMs, committees, keeping all track of that. As Anand said, it's within a week you could literally leave the organization because all of them could be unexcused. Yeah.
Oh, do you wanna add first?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't know how other directors do it, but for me, mental health and physical health are excused for my committee, and we make caveats for that. If we would like to put that in the language, that if you're having a mental or physical health emergency, those count as excused. And you can set the threshold if you wanna use university documentation or just that you have communicated it to us, cause in my book, it's, if you let me know what's going on, I will be understanding and I will know that I've been there too. But it is kind of, it feels really disrespectful if you just don't show up 2-3 weeks in a row to my committee that I work hard to make an agenda for, but you do not let me know anything, you don't let anyone know. Like, at minimum, you should be letting your pro temp know, and Leonard could let me know that you're not going to be there. Like, there are multiple ways you can do this, you really only need to reach out to one person with a simple message of I'm going through it, I need some time. And I think that's, to me, my bare minimum of respecting everyone's time here and making sure that we're representing our students the best we can.
Yeah, I'll add just like a clarifying point for at least like for GBMs, you really just have to fill out the form. I'll just put that out there. It's, I think just the only thing that we could talk about is like communication. Like I think the problem before was just thinking that you could be gone in a week, but like realistically, do we want to move that number? Do we want to think about like adding more policies for the excusable policy on like if there's a mental health? Like I know in our personal ledge, we include something about mental and physical health, so like that was our decision though. If we want to codify something like that, that's also like, I'm just throwing out ideas to get to like a number that we like or a policy, because I know that this could be controversial on different ends.
So just really quick, I also really want to be mindful of the time. It's 11:20 and we still have a few teeny more things to go through, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. I will say just in terms of like SGA culture and turnover, if we make policies that kind of remove membership very quickly, it's going to be very hard to keep up. And there's a certain point in the semester, this is really important. There's a certain point in the semester where appointments stop and exams pick up and people tend to stop kind of communicating about what they're doing. I feel like during that period of time with this policy, we would lose a lot of people. You know what I mean? And I completely understand the fact that like communicating is like the basic courtesy, basic respect, but sometimes people have a week where they're so busy, they literally don't respond to an email. Like I'm not even joking, like that happens. And it would really suck to remove them, look for an appointment, have the interview, and all of a sudden this person resurfaces. And then also just keeping up with it. Like imagine they have so they have a committee on Monday, a committee on Tuesday, GBM on Wednesday, and then their office hours due Friday. Somebody would need to keep track of each one of these days, literally be sending them Slack messages and letters, sending them to ethics. Ethics meets once a week, right? Ethics would need to go through that like after the third warning, ethics would need to review it, send it back to Ledge. There's just a lot of communication and coordination that for unexcused absences as a whole would be way too much. This year, it wasn't even like that, and sending people to ethics and doing these referrals, like it doesn't seem like it takes time, but it takes time. And also dealing with that annoying housekeeping stuff from a Ledge leadership point of view, that's just not what we signed up for. We didn't sign up to start sending emails to you guys and kicking you guys out. Like Loki, like no one signs up to do that. That's a really annoying aspect of the job, to be keeping track of numbers. Like that's not why anyone would want to be Ledge leadership. So I want to somehow balance accountability with like SGA culture and find like a happy medium. So.
Okay, let's work on solution-focused ideas. Do you want to go?
Yeah, I agree with Leonard that if people aren't careful, we could lose a lot of legislators and new members of SGA, especially since they're not used to such stringent policies. But there is the possibility of adding a sort of grace period for new people who are appointed or elected so that they can sort their schedules out and then be able to be held accountable to these policies. And that way we would hopefully lessen the turnover rate. Just an idea.
Let's have Maya go next.
What about,
Is this a solution?
yeah, solution. What about if it's 5, like it is now, but cumulative instead of by category? So 5 unexcused absences, across all of your things result in dismissal, so then you can miss a full week and not be kicked out immediately, but beyond that,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was okay with moving a little if we're really uncomfortable with it.
yeah.
Also, to clarify, anything can be appealed to
Yes.
the board as well.
That would involve even more.
Yeah, but that's part of the job, unfortunately.
If like we were to like dismiss someone from appeal to the board and state like if they wanted to explain their reasoning, and obviously I would hope someone would come and talk to us too if there was like something.
Yeah, and you can avoid all of that if you just excuse your absence.
Dismissed members must appeal the executive vice president, speak within 24 hours of dismissal, to speak at the next possible.
So that was a violation we made last year. But anyways, it's appealable. That's my clarification for you. So can I get a temperature check on who is like more amenable to like the 5 number now? We have to compromise in some sort of way. So let's look at the 5 cumulative. Right now, as it stands, we've been doing 5 per category.
That's like a crazy.
That's why you will go.
Yeah, I think 5 per category.
Can I put per category versus 5?
That's what we're doing right now.
So 5 cumulative,
Yes.
raise your hand.
Yes. Guys, I feel like no one's listening to me.
If you like 5 cumulative, raise your hand.
Can I see anyone who's opposed to the 5? Okay, so there's no more overwhelming approval of the 5. So as it stands, it's 5, but we want to clarify. Oh,
Can we have a vote on whether or not it's cumulative or if it's like per category?
well, we voted on 5 cumulative already. So if we went back and it wasn't cumulative, we'd probably have to find a new number as well. Is that something you guys want to do? Okay.
Sorry.
Can you
do a temperature check on adding like language about mental and physical?
But that's in there. It's already.
Starting there.
It's in the bylaw.
It's in the legislative attendance policy.
But doesn't that change year to year? Doesn't that change year to year?
What leadership would be like, we're not gonna do this
If they take away mental health, then they'll get us.
How broad? It can.
Yeah, we've been organized.
No. So, just to like also to talk to my cabinet members in the back, because your number's also 5, so then if we went with this, it would be 5 for each still. Is that like amenable to you guys?
It would be whatever you guys decided,
Yeah.
everything should be the same way.
Yep. So,
Long story short, we don't just do it every
we already approved the cumulative 5 essentially, so that's what we're going with. If we want to fix the language to specify that it's cumulative, we can do that. Like specifying the language so that.
I was against it, so I'm not gonna judge. I was completely against it. So one of the 20 people that missed.
It already got approved, so someone just.
People in their attendance.
Does everyone understand what just happened and like?
So it's just changing. Or is it 4 and then 5? Oh, yeah, wait.
Okay guys, it's 11:20, we're on the clock. We just approved 5, which is basically what it was before. It actually is exactly what it was before. But we're just gonna add language to specify the cumulativeness. Is that everyone on the same page?
Yes.
Awesome, okay. We're moving on Okay, so this, we already approved, just to make consistent that. We just need to make sure that if you guys wanted to, that we have to adjust. I know someone mentioned it earlier about wanting to add long-term language, but also a short-term initiative language as well. Was that something you guys wanted to do? Does anyone remember that? Yeah? Is that a yes? What?
I remember it, yes.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Because if so, it just needs to be made consistent throughout each document. So is that something that someone wants to do? Is that something that like we approved, right? That we want a short-term and long-term option for initiative?
I just have a question.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't a short-term initiative just be a bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the point of
It was like,
that
but
statement
it's
earlier.
still being signed off on, like per semesterly.
So a bill with a sign-off? Or no bill with a sign-off?
Yeah.
Okay, as the person who said short-term initiative, I did mean bill. It was just I'm tired.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I so get it. That was just like for my
But
own
yeah,
mind.
no, just because it was inconsistent in that it only had long-term projects and it didn't include people who had done a bill, but it was like a short-term thing. So I wanted to make sure that this reflected that, but I can just say bill. I'll just go back and update the things.
Wait, can we get rid of the bill for a reason?
No, we didn't.
Oh, we got rid of it.
I think they're just trying to like make the language uniform, but like short term really meant bill.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's go Diego and then I'll throw. Oh, wow, I got your hand up, I'm sorry.
So, the reason why I agree with what Maya's saying about the short-term initiatives is a perfect example, that would be my turbo vote bill. And that was like a short-term initiative, it wasn't actually a long-term thing, it was kind of just like for a semester, rather than like carry on from like, you know, one semester to the next. So that's kind of like why we should include it as well. And it does, you know, satisfy my requirement as, you know, a legislator, so it should definitely be included, so, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Maya will go, to make sure it's consistent throughout. Did you have something?
Yeah. I guess this is a question for Maya. Do you still want like the evaluation from ledge leadership about if this short-term initiative or bill actually helps the constituency? Because I think that was part of getting rid of the bill requirement, is that all initiatives would have to be reviewed to determine if it helps the constituency, whereas the bill requirement didn't need that.
I think,
I'm sorry.
I think the bigger point with the review is to make sure that people have been doing things, not to approve what they can and can't do. So it'd be like at the end of the semester checking, or mid-semester maybe, like checking in, have you been working on things? Are you doing what you're supposed to do as a legislator? That could be a long-term project. I think we have that language because that's how we've been referring to things that don't result in bills. But I don't think that means it has to be a long-term thing. Correct me if I'm wrong or if people want to disagree with that. But like there are things that can take short amount of times that are just as valuable to constituencies, like Diego was saying before. I think you were saying before. Okay, perfect. You were saying before. But yeah. I got lost and I forgot what your question was.
I think we already all agreed on adding the language, so I think that TBH, I don't know if we need more discussion on that. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but like, I feel like we've exhausted the topic. Is everyone on the same page with that? Okay, so, what is this again? Okay. For investigations procedure, I said discuss / table. Was that, did someone exact tell me to table that?
I think it was Reed. Right?
Yeah, I thought so too, the nominations.
Yes.
Did you tell me to table this one for specific reasons?
I wanna give ethics the actual time to discuss.
Oh, okay.
And Joe did too, so.
Okay, so should we delete for now?
I wouldn't say delete, but I would just say discuss later. Arguably, I think to some extent, we only have 20 more minutes.
So,
Unless you guys feel so strongly that we
Yeah.
should do it right now.
It can always, yeah,
Sorry, the only thing Joe had an issue with was like, he's not here, so I can disagree. His thing was that if you don't do the sanction, that he thinks it's a little harsh that you get recommended for impeachment for it. I disagree with that, and I think the recommendation should be impeachment. So, I will leave that all to you guys. If you guys want to table it and you're like, I don't like this, cool. If you guys want to pursue it, I'm all for that too.
Motion to
no
table.
motion.
Okay, sure. I think we should remove that, if, when exec meets, or like.
The sanctions one or?
The same, yeah, the one that like, the sufficient cause requires a simple majority. I think we should.
Oh, I was on the next one, sorry.
Oh, we were talking about the investigation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sufficient cause, essentially, that's how it works in Gov Board. The only way they open a case is if simple majority believes that it's actually an investigatable case. So this just aligns that with that.
Oh, okay. So did anyone have an issue with the investigations procedures one? No issues? We all agree?
Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't realize you were on that one. I thought you were on the.
Oh.
My bad.
This is the last one, I think. This
Yes.
This is the last one.
This is the last one. Okay.
Elections were missing.
For the,
Elections.
yeah. Okay. We do do long spell, so let's. All information. Was this, so this one was, okay. So then, can everyone look at number 8 for me? Is everyone there?
Yes.
Lewis, hold on.
Yes, absolutely.
So this was the one that at least we needed to discuss, but obviously this is a bill we're trying to pass today, so what was the ideas here?
Can we save this?
So, go ahead.
I was gonna, because this is something that I feel like we need to discuss a little bit more, because sanctions and determining like whether they need to be specific, like a lot of this stuff needs to be talked through a little bit more, and I think this was added at the very end, and there was an actual discussion about this in CBL on Sunday. Sally, go ahead.
Sorry. Wait, I don't want to cut into you were talking.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I think it needs more discussion before we pass it, and especially like because of time. I think we should need to like workshop it more, but go ahead.
So, yeah, I discussed this with ethics and they agreed with it. That's all. So I just wanted.
Great.
Okay, great. So this was already approved by ethics? Oh, so that's, okay, so does anyone here have thoughts, opinions, feelings about it?
The only other thing I'll add is that elections.
Oh, you love it? Oh, sorry.
Anyway, the only other thing I'll add is that elections commission is limited to a maximum of 3 sanctions, essentially like per violation. If you want to, you can also do that here. Otherwise, I don't really care. That's just a no, but I don't care.
Okay, so still on number 8, we have a couple people in favor. Are there any other thoughts you want to do before we like vote? Okay, can I see all of those in favor then? Oh, okay. So that's approved. Wait, Maya has a quick question.
Sorry, it's yes or no. Could you scroll up a little bit? Can you highlight the orthopedic? I feel like the thing that was getting us thrown off earlier was the language of long-term in long-term initiative. Would you guys be up to, since we've changed the bill requirement, changing it to substantial project or substantial initiative instead of long-term, so that it can be something that takes a shorter amount of time? Just temperature check on that.
Support.
Yeah, let's do it.
Can you keep it brief?
What?
I would argue that a substantial bill comes along with a long-term initiative because it requires implementation.
But what's long-term? Like, that's
up
such
to
a
you guys.
subjective
Let's have Paisley chime in, and then we'll do a temperature.
As a director, there have been many times where things that we want to do are not accomplishable by a bill, and it really takes legislators doing the legwork, so I like the term like long-term initiative, because it doesn't require a bill submission, and the director has the ability to kind of test justify that, yes, they spent multiple weeks or like multiple months of the semester working on this initiative, even though, but like that work was building up to a resolution or something like that, where they were doing a bunch of research or having a bunch of conversations or doing a bunch of outreach. And a lot of those things need to be accomplished before an actionable bill is brought to the floor.
Okay.
Can I clarify? Just to be clear, the proposal isn't changing it back to bill, it's just changing the word long-term to substantial, so that it can be, because long-term is a kind of subjective term, unless that is something that you disagree with, which I'm open to, I will not die on this hill.
I'm not going to die on this hill, but I will say substantial could be done in, like, I do a bunch of substantial things on an advisory board in a day, but a long term, to me, means that you have invested interest in a certain thing and you worked hard to achieve that. But I also know that like it's up to the discretion of the ledge leadership who knows what you do and what you're interested in, and a correlating director who knows if you've been going to committee and participating and working on it. So up to you guys, whatever verbiage you want.
I don't really care.
And it looks like we may be kicked out soon, just FYI.
Right now.
Right now.
Okay.
Yay.
We are gonna move to McKeldin. We are almost done. Please show up. You have to go to McKeldin.